We now present a conversation with Dr. Bhatt, an eminent urologist serving at the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences, Prashanthi Gram. In conversation with him is Professor G. Venkatraman, former Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning.
Perhaps I could begin by asking you to say something very briefly about yourself, and then we can take it from there.
I was born on January 21st in Udupi.
Mm-hmm.
My father was a surgeon.
You didn't tell us the year.
1921, 21st January.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And my mother was a housewife. My father was a surgeon.
Oh, your father
was surgeon in the First World War.
Oh.
And
did he see action anywhere?
Yes, Middle East. Mesopotamia and all that.
Okay.
But my grandparent was a priest, Vedamurti, Sanskrit scholar and temple priest in Kundapur. Because he went to war after doing his MBBS in JJ School of Medicine.
JJ School in
Bombay. He was excommunicated by his own father.
My God.
Because he went abroad, crossed the seas.
Yes, crossed the seas. But actually you can go to Mesopotamia by land.
At that time, so this is what they did. He died very young. He died in the 38th year. And he was a popular surgeon in the British hierarchy. And
after the war, did he work?
He worked for a short while.
Where in
Sindh, Hyderabad.
Sindh, Hyderabad. Oh God, I have passed through that place. River is very big.
Yes. And he made quite a name at that age. Then we were 7 children brought up by our mother and grandfather's house. We had all our schooling in Udupi again. He was a headmaster of the school. I went on to medicine.
Which medical college was it?
Stanley Medical College.
Madras. Okay.
Tirumurti was the principal. And my professor was Professor Raghvachari. After MBBS, I joined the Christian Medical College. 1945, yes. I joined. And I was there for nearly 30 years. And when I joined, I was the only Indian and non-Christian staff of that college.
I see.
All the rest were few Christian Indians.
Yes.
Rest were all Europeans, Americans, British. And our anesthetist was a Russian lady.
I see.
So like that, I finished and did my postgraduate in surgery in Vellore itself. They allowed me to appear privately. And during those 29-30 years in Vellore, I started life as an ENT surgeon for 4 or 5 years. Then I moved on to gynecology for 3-4 years. From there, I was posted to cardiac surgery, which began first time in India. Beds
moved up and down the body.
All the thing. From there, then I was sent to orthopedics.
My God.
Then 3 years in dental surgery.
And there is nothing you have missed.
Then brought to general surgery. So from general surgery, we had...
All this in those 30 years in Vellore.
Yes. In general surgery, we had 3, urology also as subdivision. There was another surgical unit where orthopedics was a subdivision. There was a third unit, general surgery, where plastic surgery was a subdivision. So I worked in surgery with urology as subdivision. And after that, the Rockefellers were kind enough to give me a grant, sent me as visiting lecturer to UCLA. First I went to Tokyo, then went to Tokyo. I said I don't understand anything because the language is the thing. So then I went to Los Angeles, covered many states in USA.
Which year was that?
56, 57. Then to England and to some areas in the continent. Denmark, Holland, Sweden, few places.
So you literally went around the world at that time?
Yes. Because I was looking for surgical techniques which are practicable in India. Because all that is practiced in the West is not practicable in India. All that the people accept here may not be available. And what is available may not be accepted. And what they accept, they may not be able to have it because the money that is involved in that. The superstitions, the enlightenment, and the fear, the poor money pockets. So most of that is talked about or done in the West is not practicable here. Many of these modern surgical, major surgical procedures which you talked about, new such complicated procedures, are not easily available in the West also to all. But because they have an insurance scheme, they're able to get it. Now it has become difficult. I believe the insurance companies give only this much money. Beyond that, he has to bear it. So many things have come.
So 30 years you were in Vellore. That takes you to something like 75. Right?
Yes, 75 I retired. From there I moved to Bangalore. Again I was in St. Philomena's Hospital.
Okay.
So all our life, me and my wife, we have spent only in Christian mission hospitals. From 1945 onwards till 91.
Did it influence your philosophy?
It has influenced a lot.
In what way?
In the sense patient care. I think you get the best results if you consider that patient is either a brother or even a distant relative. Because in medical care, there cannot be two standards. Whether it is king or pauper, care is same. You may wish him by namaste or miss the patient with a shake hand or anything you like, but the treatment does not change. So I saw that nursing care in those hospitals, the nurses really treat the patients very well.
Was that the spirit of the times or was that something more
I think to large extent the spirit of the times, because I visited those hospitals periodically. There's a little change. In the Roman Catholic Hospital, I spent the years from 75 till 91, St. Philomena's. The nuns continue to be the same. But those hired nurses, they go to nursing school. There is a touch of that type of nursing. But it is very diluted now. Treatment is highly professional.
This point that you mentioned just now leads me to ask one question. Medical science has advanced by leaps and bounds in the last 50 years. Things that we could not dream of are now taking place. Just to give an example, I remember in 1950s, nuclear magnetic resonance was a new research tool for used in physics, then it went to chemistry. Now, I don't think physicists use it, chemists use it, you doctors use it. It's just unbelievable. And while medical sophistication has increased, technology has increased, procedures have become simplified, or rather safe and absolutely guaranteed and so forth, something seems to have declined. As somebody was saying, you no longer deal with a person, you're dealing with a computer number and an organ.
You are absolutely right.
Is this to an advantage or is it a detriment? Apart from the costs and all that.
It's a detriment, I feel. Because the cost has gone up so much for all this sophisticated. It is not within the capacity of a large majority of Indians. Either they have to sell their house.
No, apart from that, when you go there, you are not a human being.
You are not, yes.
Isn't that true?
That is very true.
But does this, have an effect on the recovery of the patient? I mean...
Yes, it definitely has recovery.
Can you tell us something from your own experience, for example? How with the lower technology and more human care, patient recovered better?
If the doctor gives an impression to his patient by various means that he is interested in his recovery,
yes,
the recovery is faster.
I see. It's an undisputed fact.
It's an undisputable fact. There is no doubt.
Have you had any personal experience of this nature which you can recall?
I've seen a head clerk of institution coming with the headache all the time.
When was this?
This must have been a few years ago. In this house I saw in Bangalore only, St. Philomena's. And all the tests were negative, but his headache was getting worse. Similar cases we have seen here also. Fortunately, we have got Swami to clear all this crowd. We don't have to waste our energy talking to them. And any medicine, anything he gave, he was not improving. Then every day, I used to call him for consultation. Come and sit with him, spend some time, this and that. I told him the story of Rockefeller. Rockefeller's story also was that. So he began having a headache which nothing could cure. Ultimately, a psychologist cured it. And this man's headache disappeared. An ordinary drug like crocin that was given.
I see.
Which is the cheapest medicine, which is the most harmless medicine that was given. Now here we had in the general hospital a man with headache. He is in the engineering department. He is Niyogi or something. Headache. And Hema Gopinath was treating. She had done every possible test, every drug given. It didn't help. I also went and saw him. I didn't find any reason. We did all CT scans and everything done. Still, his son would come and worry me in the room. My clinic opens in the night here. There I finish in the daytime. Night it begins here after darshan. I said, nothing to worry. There is everything is normal. All the x-rays, blood pressure, everything is normal. One thing. Finally, I said, let me send him to Whitefield Hospital. I wrote a letter to Hegde. Take this up. These are the tests done here. Hegde did NMR and said, nothing wrong. No medicine, go back. He came here, didn't recognize me. So I said, how are you doing? I've seen you every day in general hospital. How are you? No headache, sir. Everything is all right, he said. Any medicine? No medicine was given. So there is an amount of interest the doctors and the nurses take in the patient does go a long way in the recovery of the problem. In everything you do, whether it's operation or medicine or whatever it is, giving him confidence.
Does the medical profession of today recognize this?
They recognize it.
But they don't want
they have
to follow.
they have become a part of the times. It's so much commercialized today. Medical profession is very much commercialized. For one thing, you see, a medical man can make any amount of money and he can beat the taxman
Also.
easily.
I see.
Because the taxman thinks 100 times before he books a doctor.
Is that right?
Because the taxman doesn't know, tomorrow I may have to go to him. Very true. I've seen in my eyes. Why he wants so much of money, he doesn't know himself. It's a rat race.
I see.
You see? He's got everything, still he wants to make money.
91 you came to this hospital here.
91 I came. Now coming here also is a big story.
I see.
I had to bring in how I came to Swami.
Certainly, that's
Unless
what we want
I
to hear.
bring it in, it will be difficult.
No, you have to.
See, I was not an atheist.
Yes. Obviously not. Born in Udupi, you can't be.
Neither an agnostic. So, in St. Philomena's Hospital and CMC Hospital also, whenever I posted a patient for operation, either gallbladder surgery or stomach surgery or something, at least 2 or 3 patients have told me I must ask my guru's permission. I said, go ahead and give me the answer in a week's time, because you can't be wasting your money lying down in the hospital. And the bed also is occupied. So at least 2 people have shown a telegram. One showing, go ahead with the operation. Signed below Baba. Another saying, no need for operation now. Baba below. So I did exactly what was come, because they have such faith. Because I firmly believe that a surgeon can only put an incision. With all the advances, healing is not in his hands. Healing is entirely on a hotline between the patient and his God. So take, for example, I put an incision on the belly. I put stitches. I don't know how the wound heals.
That's true.
Even today, there is no answer how the healing takes place. The dog has a wound. He lies down in all dirt and the wound heals. On the other hand, on a man, you do a nice, clean, aseptic operation, the wound is infected. Or it's formed like a rope, keloid. You have no control on it. So I am fully convinced that there is some force which is guiding your hand or whatever it is you may want to call it. So I had not seen Baba. Neither his picture I had the opportunity. Because honestly, I used to begin my ward rounds at 5:30 in the morning. Although my house was in the compound, I didn't have much of a family life as such. Because I used to come home only at 9, invite some surgeon for a dinner, and he'll be sleeping in my house, but I'll be still in the hospital. So my wife says, don't invite anybody for lunch or dinner because you don't show up and it's my headache to look after him. So, but after I came to St. Philomena's, that was the time when the Victoria Hospital has taken off all honoraries. But the health minister called me and said, you have to build up the urology department there. Because when I left Vellore, urology has become a full-fledged, well-acclaimed department of urology in the country. So he wanted me to help in building the Victoria. But our rule is...
No honorary.
No honorary. No, I had not had a car or anything. So by auto rickshaw from Shantinagar to go to Victoria Hospital, they would charge me at that time 15-20 rupees. So he wrote an allowance of 60 rupees. I did there for 1 or 2 years. And at the same time, I applied first year itself to St. Philomena's Hospital. Because my wife also had worked all through in Christian mission hospitals. CMC Vellore, St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. And St. Philomena didn't give an entrance to me. But somehow or other, one day, Victoria got the urology department and got recognized for MCH also. On midnight, I saw a car, ambulance standing outside my house and honking away in Shantinagar. And I opened the door. There is a nun sitting at the wheel. I said, what can I do? Doctor, there is a very important man admitted in the hospital. He has got retention urine. Our urologist has tried to pass a catheter. It is not going in. We can't operate on him. He's a big man, over 80s. And he doesn't want surgery. His relatives don't want it. That happened to be the Maharaja of Cochin. You see? So it was God's little finger working. I passed the catheter. She took me by. She was driving the ambulance. Catheter went in easily. I did that thing. A week later, they asked me, would you like to join? I said, I had applied earlier. You returned the thing. If you think I'm useful to you, I'm willing to come. But after finishing the classes in Victoria Hospital, I'll come. So I finished that project in Victoria Hospital and joined this place. St. Philomena's Hospital there. I worked. There I was there till 91. Now, while I was operating in St. Philomena's Hospital on a surgeon for a kidney stone who was coming from Kavali. There's a place called Kavali.
Yes.
Dr. Hegde, Swami's doctor.
Who used to in Whitefield?
Who used to in Whitefield, years ago. The nun came and said, Dr. Hegde from Whitefield has come. He wants to tell you something important. So I left the knife and went to him. I had known him by that time. He said, Sathya Sai Baba wants to see you.
My God. That is something.
He didn't raise any hair on me because I had not seen him.
Okay.
So I said, I'll finish this man, put him back to the ICU, and let's go home, have lunch and go. So he took me by his car by 3 o'clock. When I went to Whitefield, that is Vrindavan, at that time the tree was there.
Yes, yes, Sairam shed and all.
And the present tree was a mud building.
Yes. Old bungalow.
He was there. I went in.
Which year was that?
77, 78. He asked me about the welfare, this and that, and all. Said, do you believe in Vibhuti? He asked me.
There.
No, as I told you, I am not good in answering. What to answer, I didn't know. But I told the first thing that came to mind. Swami, depends on who gives it. Probably if Sarkar gives it, I won't accept it. You know that magician.
Yeah, I know that magician.
And he gave me Vibhuti and asked about the patient he wanted to see was Hislop. That is the entry. He said, you go and see him and let me know what your plans
And
are.
Hislop was in general at that Whitefield Hospital?
Whitefield Hospital. Hislop got retention of urine, podgy, big fat belly. And somebody tried to pass a catheter. Rubber catheter wouldn't go. So he put a metal catheter.
Oh, God.
It damaged the prostate and bled. Prostate is very vascular. Bled like nothing on earth. So they put a catheter tube on him and back to Whitefield Hospital. I saw him. At that time, Whitefield Hospital had a ward 2.5 times this. And Hislop is the only patient lying on a cot in the middle of the ward. Nobody attending. So you can see his thing. Who is looking after you? So Swami is looking after me. So who is going to be with you in the night particularly? Swami is going to be with me. Anything you ask, so you can see the faith, the commitment to Swami. So I said, I examined him, big prostate. There is a certain amount of risk. Swami will take care of me. You do it. Good. That made me really bold. So we fixed him for operation. And there was another Swami devotee called Ramachandra. He was working in Victoria Hospital as the chief anesthetist. He helped. And Hegde helped me in the operation. Dr. Rajeshwari, Srinivasan's mother, she was in charge of the hospital. She also assisted. We did the prostate. I used to go at 5 o'clock morning from Shantinagar to Whitefield, see his post-operative care, come back and go to St. Philomena, operate, do all that, Victoria classes, all that, and get back home night. This was a daily routine. It used to take me 47 minutes to reach Whitefield. That is the first introduction to Swami. Then, one by one, Swami sent Narsimhan.
V.K.
Narsimhan. Then in St. Philomena, he sent Janaki Raman's wife. Janaki Raman's wife, she had a serious disease. She had no business to live, I would use the word. She had lost all her hair. Now you see her hair. Lost all her hair. Blood patches. And nails all broken, anemia, swelling of the legs. Impossible to believe that you are dealing with a person who's going to live. So, again, Swami's grace, by that time I have begun to have complete faith that what I cannot do, Swami will do. And I came to Swami, Puttaparthi. By the time Swami had come here from Whitefield. So I came to Swami. He said, what? I said, Swami, Janaki Raman's wife has got this condition called LE phenomena. It's called lupus erythematosus. And from my point of view, there is nothing much to do. So he said, Sumnero, you do what you can. I will do what I can. And pushed me out of the room. Now you can't see, believe that she is perfectly well. And then came Sampath,
Yes.
your predecessor, Sampath, with a cancer of the prostate. He got retention urine and they tried to do something for his phimosis. Got messed up, his penis got swollen up so much. And he was brought by Jogarao, admitted. Again, by Swami's grace, we operated, he got over. But the miracle part of it is his chest X-ray showed full of cancer from
Chest
the prostate. Cancer prostate spreads by bloodstream. Chest was full of blobs of cancer. Showed in the lungs. So there is an operation for that. We had to remove both the testicles. That is one of the treatment. So I talked to him. He was very, Sampath was a very nice man who could put you at ease. We did that. 1 month later, the lungs are clear, absolutely. He didn't die of cancer finally.
I know.
He died of hemiplegia or whatever it is.
Yes.
So those are some of the things. Then came Raja Reddy, who sings, whose tapes are there. His mother, with a cancer bladder. She wanted to be operated only in Whitefield Hospital. Sampath I did in St. Philomena's. Fat, podgy lady, nearly 78 years old. Hegde Rajeshwari helped me. And it took us 4 hours.
My God.
And my hands were shaking like that. Reason? Swami looking over my shoulder.
He was there?
All the 4 hours in the theatre.
In the physically. Amazing.
So you can understand, he is short, you see.
Talking in front of him is so frightening.
Yes, when he stands in front of you, you forget your name, you forget your...
That must have been some...
So it was... suddenly he will ask, Adhyano. Because you open the abdomen, you say, some organ will put Adhyano. So both Hegde and myself and Rajeshwari were shaken up because I don't think they had saw me peeping over the shoulder.
My God, this is unusual.
And one day, when we had gone to Whitefield under the tree, it was a Sunday. Swami walked up to me under the tree. I was in third or fourth row. And as you say, when Swami comes in front of you, your pulse goes rapid or stops. All this was happening to me. Then he gave vibhuti and went away. Went to my wife and said, I'm coming to your house today. And same thing has happened to her. And she was blank. And the neighbor, one sitting next to her, hey, Swami is coming to your house today at 3 o'clock and you are blinking. And it was already 9:30, 10.
It's no joke.
We didn't know how to receive Swami. We contacted one or two devotees and so we rushed somewhere to some Jayanagar and bought a red carpet. Got the Swami comes, what all things he knows.
You could get paralyzed.
Yes, he came at 3 o'clock. That time Radha Krishnan was there. Srinivas and Radha Krishnan were there. He came, went straight upstairs. We have built a new upstairs from this LIC loans. He went straight upstairs as though he has been there 100 times before. And we had kept a chair downstairs as well upstairs. He went and sat on that. Before that, I had taken the permission from him. He doesn't like to meet anybody else other than the family members. That is what I have heard. But Shekhar Rao, in a cardiac surgeon, was my neighbor. Another Nayak was my neighbor, he cardiac surgeon. The Narayan Murthy anesthetist who comes, he was also used to give me anesthesia in St. Philomena's. So I asked Swami, shall I invite a few people? He says, invite doctors. Upstairs he went and gave a talk on cardiac disease. He said, I will summarize the cause of heart disease 3, he said. Hurry, worry and curry. And talked for a long time on those subjects. At that time, we had informed my son-in-law and he came. My daughter also came. She is a chief microbiologist in Malar Hospital, Madras. And we invited him with the one thing in mind. His mother was having a incurable disease, cancer of the breast. After preliminaries, Swami giving the talk on heart disease and this and that, he called him. Do you know that everything you have on your body belongs to your mother? Hair, nose, your eyes, bones, everything, skin is your mother's. Nothing belongs to you. So you must treat her gently. Do not forget, whatever be the state of the disease she has, she is your mother. Later on we got why Swami said that. His mother was 74 years old. Whenever she went into the kitchen and all, there used to be bad smell. My daughter is an MD. She thought it is a smell of cancer somewhere. Then she talked to her and found that she has got a massive carcinoma of the breast, large ulcer with almost a rib exposed.
Oh my God.
So she took her to Apollo Hospital. She was working in Apollo then, chief microbiologist. The oncologist saw and said, it's too far gone, we can give only chemotherapy. Surgery cannot be done. Came back. And I know what your mother has got. What has happened to us, because of this disease, she never used to get sleep. So midnight, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, she'll ask for some cake, she'll ask for something to eat. Where will you get an idea at that time? So he had previous day told her, Amma, adala cake kodadra. You know it is midnight, I can't get it. So you somehow lie down, morning I'll get you. He was a little rough, I think, to her. Sleepy eyes, you see. That is what Swami meant. And I know what she has got. I cannot cure cancer, but I'll make her live with it. And he produced a lingam, Shivalingam type, with the green, blue and red veins in that. He described all. Those 3 doctors who were sitting there also. This is this, this is this. Every evening, about 7 o'clock, you wash it in water, give that water to her. She may not accept it. You see, being a Protestant Christian. Then he gave her vibhuti also. He went and tried. This lady will ask him at 7 o'clock evening, remind him on the Tirtham Kuda Enaka. 1 year later, she saw, took her to the oncologist. He said, she was very annoyed with my daughter, saying that, why didn't you tell me I would have taken a photograph? Normal skin has grown over that cancer. And on his 65th birthday, previous night, I got a telephone call that his mother passed away peacefully playing with the grandchildren. Second time, 3 months later, Swami came again. This time it was very... He came from the ashram 3, straight came to me. He was Sankal Bhattan. And you drive me down. I said, no, Swami, I said. Because one thing is, I had no car. Except on the day of retirement, I got a second-hand car and I was a bad driver. You see. And my wife learned driving. The first thing she did was she ran into the traffic controller. So, Swami, I will not drive. So, I think Balram drew him. He came with Jogarao, Balram and Srinivas, I think. Meantime, we had a call from Jogarao saying that Swami wishes to have idli and vade. So we made it and kept it. But during the first visit, something happened. It will tell you what insight into what Swami is. When he said he's coming, we had informed, he has told he'll come at 3 o'clock. So we telephoned to Mangalore, which is famous for raw cashew nuts. South Kerala people are good in raw cashew nut. So we got it by the bus, that morning bus, and made a preparation. Swami came down from upstairs after talking, went into kitchen, and I thought he'll go into the bathroom and all the check everything. So but he went into the kitchen, blessed the cook, was a Christian cook, and checked all the items made for that day. Came back and said, and served. Blessed all the family members. By the time my other daughters had come, everything over, then he began addressing my wife as absent-minded professor. We thought Swami is joking. And when everything was over and Aarti was being made, my wife has forgotten to bring the matchbox. He produced the matchbox and lighted everything. I thought he meant absent-minded professor because she didn't bring the matchbox. What has happened was that special curry which we made from the raw cashew nut, he has seen it in the kitchen but not on the table. So second time when he came also, he addressed her as absent-minded. So this is what Swami is. And by the time our faith in Swami has been confirmed, and so many times, you see, my wife has gone through certain things which were difficult to write down for you. She had gone through 4 cesareans, hysterectomy, no hernia any time. She used to tell the theatre that I'm coming at 9 o'clock, I'll finish my class at 8:45. She used to teach in the Philomena CMC. When the class is over, I'll come. And she'll go through all those. The gynecologist said more than 2 is not good. She told, before going under anesthesia, she told him, you do your job, I'll take care of myself. So 4 cesareans she went through because being a medical person, she has felt that normal delivery, the child may be born with a facial palsy, this or something. They may apply forceps and crush the child's head and all sorts of things. Fears are there. So it went through. She had gone through hysterectomy. She had 2 attacks of diphtheria. She had, while she was a student, she and another classmate of her went for a walk in the evening near Vellore and rained, so they got under an old temple, small temple, rock roof. That temple fell on their head.
My God.
Her companion died crushed, and she escaped with multiple head fractures of the femur with multiple bits, dislocation hip, both hand and feet bones crushed. That's why you see the walking with the stick and all that. Gone through that. She had gone through a heart attack. She's diabetic. She's hypertensive. And 2 attacks of liver disease, jaundice. And after coming here, 1 attack of the fractured leg, the right leg got paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
It recovered most of it. And every time I saw me with her. And second visit he came. I'm building a hospital in Puttaparthi. Have you heard of it? I said, yes. Then he gave a talk for about half an hour, what the hospital is going to be and all that. So both of you come with me. That's all. No application form, nothing. Come with me. And we are here.
Obviously, you are beyond all that.
Not beyond. Here also introduce. I brought them with me, both, he said. So we are not 1 minute we have regretted.
Naturally, we will. Is there any one particular, I would say, remarkable or spectacular incident where you saw the hand of Swami cure a patient who was under your care notionally, that is?
I told you my daughter's mother-in-law.
Oh, that is, but she was not your patient. I'm saying in your hospital career, even here for that matter. When we were treating, by normal circumstances, you don't expect that person to survive, but by a miracle of God, that is Swami, the patient came through. People often, people often describe. I get one authentic story from a doctor.
But sir, one thing I made it a habit. When I begin to know that I am likely to not succeed in getting the result, I come to Swami. You see me standing up.
Yes, yes.
I bring it to his notice, Swami. Yen beko. Swami, this patient is like this, like that. Yen beko. I use this word. Swami, I want you to take her over. I have finished, nothing more I can do. I am transferring this patient to Swami directly.
Doctor of doctors.
This lady is Subhama, who is that your Telugu lecturer or somebody there you have got, balded dark man.
Yes, that
His mother, she bleeds. Every time she bleeds, and so far in 2.5, 3 years, we have given her 180 pints of blood.
My God.
X-rays, I sent her to Bangalore. I got the angiography done. Every test under the sun is done. We don't know where the bleeding occurs. Suddenly she'll pass blood promotion, and hemoglobin, which is 12 or 13, will come down to 3 or 4. And we have to give 10 or 12 bottles of blood. And we have operated on her already 5 times. Each time we have stuck a blank. Last time we thought we have done the correct thing. I sent for my son-in-law. He is a gastroenterology surgeon, CMC, professor of gastroenterology. He came. We operated on her previous birthday. Swami called me for birthday. My wife and daughter had come. 7:30 he called us. 7:45 we had to go. He and I went to the theatre. And finished the operation at 11 o'clock night. We couldn't find the cause. So what we suspect is something, we removed the part of the intestine, quite a lot of it. Bleeding stopped. But every year she comes down. She is now in the hospital again. This time we have given her about 24 pints of blood. Naresh Bhatt came from Bangalore and did the operation, 6 hours. Bleeding has not stopped. Now, last time she stopped bleeding, 12th day, even when we give water, she will vomit. It can't go through the anastomosis. So we gave her some radiopic material, and that is going like a twine. That anastomotic area is blocked. So I told Swami, this is what has happened. We can't go into her belly again. What should I do? I said, take over. Tell you, sir, you won't believe, next morning she ate her full breakfast with idli.
Yes, I remember you were mentioning he had 2 idlis.
2 idlis and everything. Then comes Paduka Chettiar, the famous Chettiar. He came to me saying he's got blood in the urine. Swami has told him to go and see Bhatt. Cancer of the prostate, which has invaded the bladder. And the old man is already 75 plus. So I asked Swami, whatever Swami tells, I'll do. Don't do anything, he said. I didn't do anything. But he came with retention urine. If he said, don't do anything. So he passed a catheter and managed it somehow. You can't leave a catheter too long there. We did his x-rays and found that every bone in his body is filled with cancer from the prostate. It spreads by bloodstream. And you saw the old man had a few bumps on his head.
Yes, I seen that.
They were all cancers. Nuclear studies showed they are all metastases. And he carried on for nearly 7 years. And last time he died, or I believe so, Swami has said, don't undergo any further treatment. I put a tube here so that he can attend all the functions, empty with a cork, and he doesn't have to go to the bathroom, painful urination, pass blood and all that. These are the 2 miracles here we have seen. Now, when I look back, you find many of the things that happened in my professional practice. Now I ascribe it to Swami's grace. I might not have known him at that time, but he had known us, obviously. That's all the point behind it. And here we are every minute absolutely happy. That's why he makes fun of me. In Sunday also, he says, you are still here, going to be 9 o'clock, sitting here. Because Sunday also I go to hospital. I have believed all my life the best way to serve God is to do the job that is given to you sincerely, as though you are doing it for yourself. And I think this is a profession where you need not have different standards. prince and the pauper should be same. Only when you begin to think that this patient in front of you is Maharaja, then your hands begin to shake. Otherwise, I don't think there is any. Because it's very interesting, you see, this may be tickling my ego a little. I had that opportunity of operating on a dying Amitabh Bachchan, Shatrughan Sinha's father, V.V. Giri's wife, daughter and son-in-law, consultation Rajgopalji, Periyar Ramaswamy Naikar, Ramnath Goenka, prostate removal. All the editors of the Indian Express have removed the prostate, except the last fellow. You see, any number like that. So that tickles my ego a little. That is, to operate on these people is virtually rebirth. Because if anything happens, you know what it is. A physician can say the fault is with the patient. Surgeon can't say the fault is the patient if he dies, because 10 fellows are watching you.
Has all
Jay Prakash Narayan.
Yes.
So this is...
Has all your experience strengthened your faith in God?
Yes.
It must have.
Because I have begun to believe that I can only cut. Healing is in the hands of God. So I must cut. When I must cut sincerely. That it is needed, not trial and error.
Yes.
This is my teaching to the students also. So to them I tell this, if you want to get the best results in your surgery, treat that patient as somebody, besides your father-in-law's father-in-law. Even if it's you'll show a little interest. And the second thing is, next time it may be you in that bed in his place.
That's true.
If these two things you keep in mind, your diagnosis will be right. The so-called informed consent, which in America involves telling that you might die. If you say you might die, he will run away. So it will tell you how much to tell the patient. If you are charging the patient, you have to tell you how much to charge. You see, if it is yourself, how much you can afford. If it's your father-in-law, how much he can afford. So it gives you all the parameters that are needed for a patient to get well. Only think two things in mind. Next time, his place may be occupied by you or somebody whom you is related to you.
Is there any particular teaching of Swami that has influenced you?
I wouldn't say it has influenced me now. It has been with me
that's all right.
from the beginning. And that is, I am trained in a profession which is considered to be noble.
That's true.
Even though Swami says these doctors don't work here, he gives us the first place to sit. So, that being the case, I should not deny help to a person coming to me with a disease or in pain. And he has told me here also, if a patient comes to you and he has a complaint which you cannot treat, or you are not trained to teach, or you don't have the equipment, get anybody you like and do it here, and I will pay for all his fare, his fees and everything. Because I had argued with him, Swami, so much money has gone into it, so much equipment Bhagavan has given. We should minimize the number of patients we refuse to treat. As far as possible, let nobody be turned back. Because they come in full faith. And I told my boys also, don't be under the impression they are coming to be operated by you. They are coming to be operated upon by Swami. Accidentally you are here. So don't take the credit for everything goes well. But if something goes wrong, you better do some introspection. Where did I go wrong? So this teaching of Swami has helped me. Not to refuse help for a person who has a complaint within the professional training I had. If I can't do it, I'll get my friend to do it. I'll get one of the fellows who are trained by us to do it. Or I'll send him to CMC, send him to Philomena's with a letter saying don't charge him. They have been very good to me. Just a telephone call and everyone has come. They think it's an opportunity given to them to serve a poor fellow. And serve the patients coming here. There is no bottom line for their poverty. I have seen patients, women wearing the same sari for the 6th or 7th day, unwashed. Such poverty.
There is no place on earth where they can get this treatment.
No place on earth. This Mr. Nobel told me.
Yes.
I have been to any number of charity hospitals. The biggest one I have seen is in Switzerland. But high-tech treatment is charged. Here, high-tech is free. So this is the only hospital in the world.
That prompts me to ask one question. I think you are very highly qualified to answer that. See, there are some hospitals where they say we will charge the rich but not the poor. Do you believe in this dual pricing policy?
No, this is very difficult. Because I had, while I was in St. Philomena's, a clinic where they used to charge 25 rupees for consultation. And I suddenly felt conductors and very poor people will come. So I talked to the nuns and said, do you mind if I don't charge for some patients, even the 25 rupees? They said, all right. And you tell us whom you are not charged so that we don't charge them much for the operation and the ward. They will also reduce the hospital charges. I found long queues on the Richmond Road footpath. And I used to finish the clinic if I start at 4 o'clock evening, finish at 10 o'clock night. I thought there is something wrong here. So I checked. The receipt has to be given, Very few receipts, but the queue is big. Then I realized that many of them have come by their motorbike or come by their car, driving their car, and in the queue for free. The secretary is to collect the money and put them in the line. So that day I lost faith in all this. And that was my D-Day. Because next day Swami visited the house. He said, come along. So I wanted to work in a place where I don't have to say you have to pay this much.
All are treated alike.
Yes, all are treated. Treatment is alike. There is no need for.
That's what Swami says.
Yes.
We now bring you a conversation with Mr. Mike Holander from New Jersey, from the United States of America, who is in conversation with Professor G. Venkatraman.
Sai Ram, and welcome to our studios. Mike, shall I call you Mike? Or can I call you Mike?
Sure.
Okay, very nice. You came to Swami long before many Americans did, right?
Correct.
So it must have been very different, and you must have been quite young too. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you happened to come to Swami? I hope you don't mind if I break in now and then to ask some questions, not only for myself, but for the sake of our listeners.
Good. Well, you'll make it easier for me as you ask questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. I first came to India in the summer of 72. I had just turned 21 years of age. And I think I was at a point in my life where I was certainly searching and things like this, although I had never anticipated coming to India.
That was the sort of the tail end of the Vietnam War period,
yes,
right?
Right, correct.
There was a lot of frustration and anguish and stuff like that among the young people in America.
It was a cultural phenomena. I mean, between the music that came out at that time, the politics that came out, the change in the air, it was a very interesting time in history. And as you look back, you can see it clearer now.
Okay, you were caught up in that whirlpool, and you were thrown here in India, 1972.
Well, I wasn't thrown. I felt I was brought here by Sai Baba.
Okay, how were you brought here? Let us hear about that.
I didn't know anything about Sai Baba at the time, of course, and I had no really interest of coming to India. But I did have, the summer of 72, I had an experience with him, And I felt very certain after this experience to come to India.
What kind of experience when you say experience?
I had started to try to do meditation, and I wasn't having much success, but I had recently, before that, I had an experience with Jesus Christ.
What kind of experience with Jesus Christ?
Well, I was in the island of Jamaica.
West Indies.
Yeah, Caribbean, right. I was there, and I was brought up Jewish, so this was very unusual to have an experience with Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But I had an experience with him, and I felt he showed me that there was God and there was truth.
When you say experience with Christ,
what happened was I was up in these mountains, and we were talking about God, and all of us.
You mean you were with some friends?
Friends, correct, and some natives, and all of a sudden, I felt a very strong presence. It's so strong that I needed to go and be alone. And I was in this little bungalow, and I was feeling this presence, and I just asked the question out loud, where is it all at? And
where is it all?
Where is it all at? Where is...
How did you know it was Jesus? You said presence.
Well, here's what
happened. Did you see a form?
No, I'll tell you what happened. So, all of a sudden, the room filled with light, and the answer was love. And as soon as I heard the word love, I experienced what some people have called cosmic consciousness. I immediately knew that this entire creation is all based on love, and that there is truth, and there is absolute truth, and that God is this truth. And
You never had that kind of feeling before?
Never. And it was overwhelmingly powerful.
How long did it last?
It lasted for several hours.
Several hours?
Oh, yeah. It lasted for several hours. And I remember during it, I also could see how history is this incredible, unfolding process. It really is just a slow evolution, because I could see all of history in a flash. Absolutely. But the main thing was, for the first time, I could see that there is truth, and it's absolute, and that it's all based on love. Because I experienced this incredible cosmic love. And this lasted most of the night. And then the next morning, I remember I was down by the water. I saw the sunrise, and I felt that I had been reborn. And soon after, within a few hours, I was talking to somebody else, and they gave me a Bible. And I read the words of Christ. And I could see that they were real because I just experienced it. But being brought up Jewish, usually you don't even go near the name of Christ in a Jewish household.
Yeah, I know. You stop with the Old Testament.
You stop very abruptly, and you don't even question why. And I was brought up, Hebrew school, and no one questions it. You just somehow that's taboo. But I could see that he himself was telling the truth, and because I just experienced it. So I connected to it very clearly, and that was my first experience. And that changed me drastically. And then I started to read the Bible, and I remember I left Jamaica, and I was just telling you before, I hitchhiked to California. And when I was in California, I happened on, there's an ashram there, Swami Kriyananda, up in Nevada City. And I spent some time there, and that's when I got introduced
to meditation.
To meditate, plus the fact that there are other names and forms beside Jesus. See, I was getting locked into that.
In other words, you were beginning to see God, one God with many names.
Yeah, but I was, when I went to the ashram, I saw that. Prior, I was getting very much locked into this name and form of Christ only.
No, that's okay.
Which didn't feel
that's the door through which you entered.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Very good.
And then
So after taking meditation lessons in California, what did you do?
Well, I lived on this ashram, and I started to get introduced to this aspect where God does have more than one name, and that felt very right to me. And I met someone there who had been to India, and they gave me a list of all these different ashrams to visit. And I never thought, honestly, I would ever come to India. I had no desire to come to India. It just didn't. But they gave me a list. And one was like Sri Aurobindo Ashram and Anantharam up north, and some other saints and sages at the time. And also the third list was they had been to visit Sai Baba and Puttaparthi. And they showed me a little picture, and they said he can materialize objects, and I didn't believe any of it. And I just I just put it in my knapsack and never really thought I was going to India, and hitchhiked back east to New Jersey, 3,000 miles.
But somehow in a few months you jumped into a plane and came to India.
Exactly.
So what happened? How did that happen?
I came back east, and I was trying to explain to my family some of these experiences, and it wasn't easy because they're just not from this type of thing.
Yes, I know. And also you were talking about Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
That wouldn't have been welcome.
Right. And I was trying to get more into the universal, but they were okay. It's just that I personally was having a hard time piecing this all together because the experience was quite profound. It was not ordinary.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah, I was having a little time.
Because, a few people have this cosmic consciousness flashes. I think Lord Tennyson had it a couple of times, and Vivekananda, of course, had it.
Right.
And one doesn't know why people have it. It must have been something to do with the earlier births and their preparedness for it and all that. And it's a call of something like a wake-up call, I guess.
Right.
So you got the wake-up call, and then when you came back to New Jersey and you were explaining to your folks,
right,
how did you get the impulse to come to India?
Okay, so I was having a hard time piecing all this together.
That you said earlier.
Yeah, and I just made plans to return to BU. I thought I would just switch my major and take comparative religion. That was my first, but that wasn't making sense. So I was in my room trying to do meditation in August of '72. And like an apparition, a form of what they showed me, of that picture of Sai Baba, appeared. And it was very brief, but it was pure love.
No. Appeared means you with your eyes closed or with your eyes open?
No, eyes were open.
And you saw a form?
Yeah, it was a faint figure, like the picture they showed me of Sai Baba. And it was just, it wasn't so much what I was seeing, it was the feeling, the vibration was so loving that I felt no problem.
Was it in any way comparable to the experience you had in Jamaica?
No.
It was different?
Totally different. Totally. It was just calm, pure love, and it was very clear, you come to India right away and see me.
He said that?
Oh, yeah. And I said, I don't have the list. He goes, see, I'd thrown the list out. And he said,
I'm a little curious here.
I threw the list out.
What kind of a voice or accent?
I just heard it. Come to India.
Did it have an American accent or you don't remember?
No, I kind of just heard it, very sweet. Just come. And I said, I threw the list out. And he said, no, it's in your top drawer. I'm the third name on the list. You come to India, see me right away. And I went to my drawer, and there was the list again.
The list which you thought you had thrown away?
Yeah, the list they gave me of different ashrams in India. Correct.
Yes. And he also identified his
just said
position,
number
3 rather.
Right.
Okay. So you came to India.
Well, so I was so powerful, and the rest of my life was not I wasn't really working. I was in a lot of confusion, definitely, trying to make sense of all this. So I went out and got a ticket, and my family really had a little hard time with this all of a sudden, because it's not like I was going to Florida here. I was going to India in '72, and it wasn't like there was an organization where you spoke to people, and I had no idea how to get here.
They were scared.
They were scared, and I was a little scared.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened. I was a kid too.
Yes, I understand.
20 years old.
Yes.
So I bought a ticket, got on a plane with my little piece of paper, and all I knew, Sai Baba Puta Party.
Oh God.
That's all I knew.
That's hell of a guidebook, I should say.
That's it.
So how did you get here after landing in Bombay?
So what happened was...
You landed in Bombay?
Yeah, I just bought a ticket. They said, where do you want to go? I said, I didn't even know. And they just said, we'll book you to Bombay. I said, fine.
Okay.
So they booked me to Bombay. So I was just about to get off the plane, and I remember showing the stewardess.
Yes.
She goes, where are you going? And I go, this is where I'm going. So then she starts to explain, well, she knew that you had to go from Bombay to Bangalore. I didn't even know any of this stuff. So
which flight was it? Air India?
Air India.
Oh,
I think in those days it was just Air India.
Yes.
$400 round trip. I remember.
My God.
I remember.
A real steal, $400.
Yeah. So I landed in the airport, and right away I had major problems because in those days I didn't even know I needed a visa. So I landed without a visa. In those days, you need your yellow card with all your shots.
Yes.
I didn't have my shots either. And I didn't really bring much luggage. So when they asked for my visa, I didn't have one. So there was a real problem with security. They didn't want to let me in the country. And Bombay Airport in those days was not easy either. Coming from New York.
I know.
It was a real culture shock.
Yes, I remember. But how come they let you board the plane in the first case?
They didn't check. I just had a passport. That's all they checked. So it was a problem with security, and then they asked for my yellow card. I didn't have that, and there wasn't much luggage. So I wasn't really going to be allowed in this country. But then this other guy comes in the room, and he goes, where are you going? And I show him the list. He goes, don't worry. And then about 20 minutes later, the security comes back and says, we're giving you a 3-week landing permit.
Okay.
And then I knew that I had to
So that is the magic of the name, Puttaparthi.
I don't know what happened. I'm just telling
So
you.
that little piece of paper was your passport visa.
You're asking me, and I'm just telling you the story.
That's a good one, a little piece of paper. Number 3 on the
All
list.
scribbled.
All scribbled.
Couldn't even hardly read it.
And it was given to you by someone in California?
Yeah, on this ashram, because they said, if you ever go to India, these are the places to go visit. The Theosophical Society was on there, it's places of interest.
I know.
In Madras and all these places.
Extraordinarily unique way of getting a visa.
Yeah.
Okay, now what happened afterwards? You came to Bangalore?
So I go to Bangalore, and already I'm having a real hard time, though. This is 72. I'm not prepared for any of this. I'm not used to the hot curry food. I'm getting sick. But
were you discouraged?
Oh yeah, it was getting to me. Yeah, the whole night in the Bombay airport, I'm ready to go back to America anyway. Oh yeah, I'm like thinking, I'll just I don't know.
Made a big mistake. That's what you
kind
thought.
of almost. I just can't handle.
Yeah,
it.
Sandwich describes that feeling too.
I don't know if I could handle it. I was just, nowadays, you go to a center and there's all this activity. You see videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
And I didn't even know where I'm going. So there was a place.
Someone else knew,
I guess, but I didn't know that at the time. That's the thing. I didn't know that. So in those days, there was a place in Bangalore called the Regent's Guest House, and that's where a lot of the Westerners used to hang out. So they gave me, and I went there, and then a carload of some people, Westerners that had been staying here, had showed up. And they said, we're going back to Puttaparthi tomorrow. We came to Nilgiris to get some things and items and this like that. Because at those days, there wasn't much here. So they said, you should come with us. And I didn't really want to go. I'm thinking, I don't know if I can take this. They said, no, you come. And I don't know. I'm thinking, well, I'm here. I got to try this out. So next day, I go in a taxi with 3 or 4 people. And, it's like a 5 or 6 hour taxi ride. And all of a sudden, we pull into this place called Puttaparthi.
It must have been very different in those days.
Well, first off, I remember thinking, as soon as I get here, I'm going to get a room, get a shower, and just kind of...
What kind of a dream is that?
Yeah. So I'm waiting for them to show me the room. I remember this. I remember. So I'm thinking, and they said, we'll take you inside, we'll get you set up. And they bring me over to the shed over by the Ganesh statue there.
Yes, I remember there used to be a shed there.
Only in those days, there wasn't even the Ganesh statue. It was just this open shed.
Yes.
So they're showing this to me. I said, why are you showing this to me? Where are the rooms? I'm going, this is where we all stay. Yeah, so I'm like...
You had a heart attack?
It was rough. It was rough. And then, the mosquitoes and this and that. And also, Swami was away for a couple of days.
Okay.
He was away.
Yes.
And they said he's not expected back for 2 days. And then also the other thing is, all of a sudden you're seeing all this devotion around, and you're not used to that. In American culture... There's no reference point for this type of outward devotion. It's not part of the culture. So I'm having a hard time with all of that. And the way people are speaking about Sathya Sai Baba, I'm not used to any of this. It's just a cultural difference that we just weren't brought up. In India, the basic fiber is the Ramayana and the Gita and this whole... In America, it's not like that. So there's a big adjustment going on. I'm having a very difficult time, to be honest with you. And I'm thinking, I'm going to spend my couple days here a week, get back to Bangalore, and then leave within my 3-week period for sure. I'm gone. there's no way I'm staying in India. So I'm living in the shed, and I think like 2 days later, there's all this confusion. No, Swami's here, and then, and I'm like thinking, so there's all this activity going one night. Swami's car back, so that means there's morning darshan. Certainly, at the time I didn't even know what darshan means. But they say, no, you should get dressed. In those days, I didn't wear my whites or anything. Just had a pair of pants.
Well, whites is a very recent phenomenon, actually.
Well, they had it then too, but I wasn't.
Yes, I know. You're just
foreign. Totally a foreigner. I was a foreigner, complete. So, and I didn't have any background. It's not like, as I said, we went to the center and read books or anything. So I remember going over to the mandir, the temple. And in those days, they used to do Naga Sankirtan and stop in front of the mandir. And then Swami would give morning dawn darshan.
Yes, I know.
It used to be like every morning, just as the sun was like coming over the Chitravati, he would step out. It was really quite nice. So I'm going over there thinking, all right, I'll go over there totally begrudgingly. What is this all about? And thinking, I'm out of here and this is not for me. And so I'm standing there waiting, not even knowing what. And then sure enough, Swami comes out on the balcony, and I'm sitting right below, and I look at him. And I look at him, and he looked at me, and as soon as I saw him, I knew that this was this was something not of this world. I knew from that moment that this was something quite unique and extraordinary. And from that moment, my attitude changed.
Just like a switch.
I mean, this is the truth. This is the absolute truth.
It seems to happen to many people. Saint Weiss has described it in his book. He was there in Vrindavan, almost fed up, ready to quit.
Yeah.
And then Swami comes and gives some toffee or something. He says, sweets, just 2 words.
Yeah.
And he changed.
And it changed me. And then then of course my attitude was quickly go back and get cleaned up and come back for darshan.
Yes.
And I remember seeing him within a few days. And I had never had a problem with his absolute divinity. I mean, to me, from that moment to this day, I mean, I saw this as God.
You said that you had never a problem with absolute divinity. A lot of people would like to know, what do you feel the divine is? And how did you get convinced? There's a reason why I'm asking this question. Sure. Because if you, at that time, a young man of 21 or so, coming from an very different culture, totally different universe, literally.
Yeah.
And you come here with all the misgivings and rather irritating and annoying experiences.
Completely.
Yeah, you look at him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you say, my God, this is God.
Right.
So somebody would say, you have flipped the lid.
Of course.
But you didn't think so.
No, I had no problem with it.
So you got to do some explaining.
Well,
what exactly do you mean by saying you thought you seen God? What was your perception of God?
I remember right away watching Swami.
Yes.
Just watching the way he walked.
I mean, there's something absolutely enchanting. It's out of this world.
For me, it was more than that. No, for me, it was more than that. I remember watching him walk, and I remember saying, nobody walks like this. Just watching him walk, the pure grace, I knew that this was not a saint. I knew that this was not even a person who had elevated himself to a state of realization. I knew that. I knew this is like a descent, that this was the Lord himself who had taken birth. I knew it right away. To this day.
Okay, it's one of those things you felt but can't explain.
And then I started to experience it, though.
What do you mean by experience?
Well, what happened was...
No, by the way, what you say about his walk and all that is very true. We don't watch it.
Yeah.
As Sherlock Holmes tells Watson, you see but don't observe.
Right.
So if you observe, you see all the signatures of the divine. Absolutely.
It's perfection.
It's perfection.
That's the thing. And I saw that and I said, well, nobody does. Nobody carries. And then the way he carries himself. And then early on, what happened was, then he gave me this experience. So what happened was, after I'm starting to adjust, and I right away go out and get some nice white clothes. I'm like try to, because I'm seeing this is incredible, and I want to somehow see if I can. I need to spend time here.
Make the most of it.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Okay.
So I remember Kasturi at the time. I was complaining to him one day, and he said to me, look, when in Rome, do as the Romans, and that struck me very clearly. Like Michael, just shut up. Get with the program and just be quiet. And he was very nice. He was really nice. He was really nice to a lot of us. He was really a very nice guy. And I remember him talking to me, and it kind of registered like, just, you're in India now. You can adjust a little bit. So I guess within about a week, I have to sort of make plans to leave. I spent a few days in Bangalore. And then I was in here, Swami wasn't here, so now it's almost a few days. I got to leave. I only have a 3-week landing permit. But I want to stay now. I have a changed attitude. So one day, Swami comes over to me and goes, what about your visa? Like this. And
you mean he asked you just like that?
Yeah, he goes, what about your visa? And so I'm like dumbfounded. And in those days, now it's a little different because I've been here for many years. But, when he asked me, I couldn't even I tried to talk, but I couldn't talk. I'm like... I couldn't talk. I literally could not talk. And he smiled and goes, and I was about to say, see, when I first got to Bangalore, this man he took me to the police station, and they were going to try to get me an extension. They wouldn't extend it. They said, you don't have a visa, we want you out of here in 3 weeks. So I was about to say, I tried, but they're not going to do it. And he just looked at me, smiled, and says, you go to Bangalore. And that's when I started thinking, but I was about to say, but I tried, but he just walked away. So normally... I would not have gone because I tried. And so why would you go back and try when they've already said no? And who wants to go back on a 4-hour taxi ride? But the other Westerners saying, no, you have to. So that was a new experience, to just that kind of surrender. If he tells you to go do it, you just go do it. That was new. That's a new thing. Most Westerners aren't used to that.
Yes, and most people, you don't have to say Westerners.
Are not used to that.
Yes.
But so what happened was the Westerners saying, no, you got to go to Bangalore. He'll take care of it. And I'm going, it's impossible. They won't. So I kind of ignored this for like a day. And the next day at Darshan, Swami looks at me like, why are you, like, he didn't say anything, but was like, why are you still sitting here? And I'm just thinking, well, I just ignored it. And that afternoon, he came by and gave me a stern look. And it was like so clear. It was like, do whatever you want, but don't come back to this Darshan if you don't try Bangalore. That was my feeling. Mm-hmm. So right away, I got my little bag together and I went off to Bangalore. I go into the same place who had rejected me like 10 days earlier. Mm-hmm. And the guy sees me now and he says, oh, come in. What can we do for you?
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was totally a different attitude. And I'm like sitting there thinking, man, this is just not real. I'm like, so he goes, what can we do for you? And I said, well, I've been to Puttaparthi, and I was wondering if I could stay longer. I'm starting to enjoy the country and get the culture and things like this. And he goes, well, sure, we'll give you 4 months. He gave me a 4-month visa, just like that.
You should someday talk to John Benner. You know John Benner, who comes from El Salvador. He used to be.
Oh, yeah, I remember. I know John. Sure, I know John. I sit on the veranda.
Sits on the veranda.
Yeah, I know John.
He has had some incredible experiences.
Yeah, I know John well, actually. Yeah.
He was asked to stay here by Swami and follow him. He lost his job. His ticket expired, and everything that could go wrong went wrong, and everything came back. Yeah, we have recorded an interview with him. We have broadcast. It's fantastic.
He's a real nice guy.
So sometimes Swami does these things.
Oh well, I was new. I was so new.
It's only to new people he does this. To old people.
It was amazing.
So you got your 4-month stay.
Yeah, and I came back.
You came back.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I had and so this was an experience of his divinity to some extent,
Mm-hmm.
And I was very grateful. I mean, I was really, really grateful also.
Did you feel some kind of an inner peace? You said, back in the States, after all that.
Definitely.
Turmoil,
After spending some time
there was a lot
here,
of churning you were going through.
Yeah, definitely. It all made sense. And then as I started to study Swami's teachings. Mm-hmm. And then I started to see the relationship between him and Jesus. Mm-hmm. I started to feel a lot of peace. And then, it was Christmas of 72 that Swami made the declaration that, Jesus did not say that he would return. Jesus said, he who sent me will return. And Swami then declared that he had sent Christ, that he was the Heavenly Father. And that made that
Christmas was in Vrindavan or here?
Here. And that was very peaceful. That made a lot of sense to me. And that's when I really started to see this divinity of Lord Sai and the magnitude of this incarnation and things like that. And he spoke about the book of Revelation. Mm-hmm. That's when he made the talk where, it says it'll wear a vesture dipped in blood. And he said, this was my red robe. His name is Truth. And he goes, my name is Sathya. Things like this. So this brought a lot of also more understanding to me and profoundness to the, and the sacredness of it. It's not
Have you had any other experiences since then?
With Swami?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, many. I mean, many.
How about telling us one or two?
One experience which was kind of unique. When I first came here, it's very hard for a Westerner or a foreigner to attune to the bhajans, the devotional songs. We're used to a different type of music, whether it's rock or right. Okay, and it's not that one is better than the other.
And anyway, do you have the equivalent of choir singing in the Jewish community?
Excuse me, sir?
You have any equivalent of the choir, Christmas carols and choir singing in the Jewish community?
Yeah.
You have.
But it's certainly not the same nature of Hindi bhajans or Telugu bhajans.
Yeah, of course. Here we sing, there's a lead singer and we follow and stuff like that.
It's just the language. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. It's very hard for when you're coming here for the first time, get accustomed to bhajans. And I tried, but I couldn't. But I saw the beauty of it. I mean, I really saw the devotion. So one night, and I never used to go to bhajans hardly. So one night we were living in the shed, and it was about 5:30, and I was like, I guess I'd fallen asleep taking a nap. And Swami comes in my dream, and he goes, you get your bhajan book, because I had a bhajan book, and I was trying. He goes, you come, you sit right by the door, don't let anyone stop you, go right by, I haven't come out yet, go sit by the door, no one will bother you. I will come out, I'm going to get your budget book. I'm going to sign it with love and blessings. Sri Sathya Sai. I'm going to print the word love very big for you. So I wake up, and I told 2 people around me in the shed about this. And like one person, a few people were like saying, for, just your imagination. Then 2 others were saying, no. When Swami comes in your dream, it's real. But I said, bhajans are almost ready to start. I can't just walk up and sit there. But they said he'd do it. So don't worry, just go try. So, and by this time I had a sense of Swami's discipline. So I was very, very reluctant. I really had a sense of there's certain discipline here, and you don't, it's like you respect it.
That's true.
I had that sense.
But yet you had this
dream, right? So there's a dilemma.
Okay.
So I quickly put on my white shirt and everything, and I remember I had my budget book, I had my pen, and it just felt like okay. So bhajans already started. So I remember I walk on the veranda and I walk right by his door. Nowadays, of course,
you don't know such things.
Yeah, forget it. I walked by, and Kasturya's there, and he's like saying, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I don't know. I just think I should sit." And he didn't say anything, and I sat right by the door. Swami hadn't come out yet. So sure enough, I'm sitting there, and I'm like starting to sweat. Now I'm really getting nervous. I'm thinking this is a mistake, and
but anyway, you come there. You can get up and go now.
Yeah, correct.
It'll be too embarrassing.
Correct. Right. So all of a sudden, Swami opens up the door. He comes out, looks at me, gives me a smile, takes my budget book, and signs it with love and blessings, Sri Sathya Sai, and printed the word love very big.
You got that book still?
I have it. Oh, yeah. I have it framed at home. Oh, absolutely.
Boy. Yeah. We need a copy of that photo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have it framed. And what he did was, it's like he kind of opened up my heart or something. Because I remember I started to cry. It was like somebody like really cared, like whether I like almost live or die in this world. And it was just one of those incredible experiences. And then all of a sudden, then I started to study a little about bhajans. I understood, it's just repeating different names of God. And if you learn like 20 or 30 of these different names, it's just the constant. And I had a big change towards bhajan, and I really started to love. To this day, I love bhajans. I mean, I really thoroughly enjoy them. But it was his love at that moment that just kind of, did something and allowed me to see more of this love of Sai. And but I will say this, I've been coming here for over 31 years now. It's still a lot of a mystery. I certainly don't understand it. I never, make any claims to understand it.
He says one thing which many people miss. Don't try to understand me, experience me.
Yeah, and I don't.
It's a waste of time.
I make it very clear.
But the point is, understanding belongs to the realm of the head.
Right.
Experiencing belongs to the realm of the heart.
Correct.
If you try to understand, you can try till doomsday, you won't succeed.
Right.
There'll be only doubts.
Right.
The heart is different.
Yeah, but at the time I didn't know all this. Right. Correct, sir. No,
yes.
This is true.
No, but you knew it intuitively. That's why you responded in Jamaica.
Yeah.
That's why you responded when you first saw him and he first saw you. So really, the way to relate to God is through experience via the heart.
Yes, no, you're correct. And he certainly, as a master, he certainly helped that in me. That's all I can say. He certainly helped that in me.
How about one more experience? Now that you've whetted the appetite, shall I say?
I remember when they were digging the well. They were just starting to dig the well down to Chitravati. This when they were starting to, they were just building the big tank up on the hill.
Oh yes, the infiltration well.
For the bringing water from the river. Yes. To start bringing more water to the ashram.
I should mention for the benefit of the listeners that we have a little hill behind the college, and on that is the water tank from where water was supplied to the ashram for many, many years. And the primary source of water was the riverbed in Chitravati, and underground water used to be taken from there. By the way, now, if you go to the village near the old ashram, there is a huge water tank. And the water for that comes from 140 kilometers to the northeast. And that is part of Swami's massive water project.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I've heard about some of that. It is.
Okay, but you're talking of the old days.
Yeah, it was just a little experience that there was so much happening with him.
So what happened when they were digging this well?
So I remember what happened was the engineers are down there digging, and they're putting all these holes, and Swami would kid about it, like they're digging, but they don't know where to dig. And everyone was wondering, well, why don't they just ask Swami? I guess they weren't. The engineer wasn't a devotee or something like. That's what I heard. So finally, Swami said, they didn't ask me, so what can I do? But they're meanwhile putting all these holes in the river. So finally, someone had the bright idea of asking Swami where to dig. So then he says, I'll go.
You mean they didn't get water?
No, not for a while. They weren't getting water.
That's very strange. Yeah.
And so finally, they asked him, and he says, okay. And then he got in the car one morning, went down there, and we rolled down there, and he sees all these different holes. And, he kind of made a comment like, look what they're doing here. And then he walked over some spot and said, you dig here. And sure enough, they dug there. Like within 3 hours, they hit water. And it was just one more, I remember when they're building the Punachandra. I was here when they were lifting these holes.
By the way, this river digging, which year was that?
The 72, same time.
72.
Yeah.
That was during the time you were here?
Yeah, that was here. Yeah, the summers when they built the water tank up there. Because we used to go up there and sit sometimes for meditation.
Yes.
So we were watching all this thing going on. But it was just one minor thing. Like, I think Swami explained afterwards, like, he sort of doesn't interfere sometimes. And it has to come out naturally. And that's when finally they went to him, asking him for his help. And the same with the building of the Punachandra. They were, these metal trusses. The Indians... I gained such respect for the Indian Sevadal that they would hoist this by just chanting the name. And I remember one day we were trying it, and we couldn't budge it. But they had such devotion, and they would chant Sai Ram. I really gained a lot of respect for the Indian Sevadal.
What happened? You just saw them hoisting it, chanting that?
And then I remember some Westerners were trying it on our own. We were like, even much larger than the average Indian man, let's say, and we couldn't budge this stuff. But their devotion and the way they worked in such unison, it was like almost a miracle to watch this thing being built.
Incidentally, that is not new around here, because Kasturi records in his book about the construction of this mandir in 1950. That was one great experience, because at that time there were no roads.
Right.
And some big girders had been landed or downloaded in Penikunda railway station, which is about 30 kilometers or so from here. That's the nearest railway station. And how to bring it from there? There was, first of all, no crane, mobile crane that is. And then even if there was one, it had to come through all sorts of village, narrow lanes, and finally cross this Chitravati river, which was half sand and a little bit of water here and there. And Kasturi says that one crane that was coming from a dam project a little up to the northwest got stuck in Anantharam towns. And an engineer saw this and he came running. He said, Swami, there's a crane there, but he's not able to start. It's got stuck there. So Swami creates some vibhuti. He takes it back, sprinkles on it.
Yeah.
And Kasturi says with a sort of painstaking grunt, the engine started working. And they had made a deal that if it starts working, they should go to the station and bring the cranes, girders rather. And with a lot of difficulty, it came, and it couldn't cross the river. Swami went there and said something, and it came across. And once the girders were unloaded, they had no way of hoisting it because they didn't have the proper hoist. So they were all stuck. And the Swami said, you're all fools. Go and get those laborers from some place. And they lifted it chanting the name. Right. Exactly like this. So what you saw was a replay of something that happened way back in 1950.
I mean, be honest with you, I did gain huge amount of respect.
Well, the Purnachandra Hall also was built the same time.
Just being built same time, right? And to watch the Indian Sevadals working, this was new for a Westerner to see this type of devotion. I mean, I knew that these people were way out of my league. I mean, I could, and I gained a lot of respect for them. I remember thinking.
Okay, now you've been here coming on and off 40 times now?
At least, yeah.
Okay, that's more than once a year on the average.
Yeah.
And your appetite has not decreased one bit.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
The question that I now want to ask you is, of course, now you are very comfortable with the divinity of Swami and your experiences, love, you enjoy his love and all that sort of thing. And things have changed a lot in 31,
right,
32
except
years.
Swami. Swami has...
No, of course, Swami don't change.
He's the same.
Eternal. He's
unbelievable.
He says,
right.
Men may go and men may come and men may go, but I go on forever. That's literally true of him.
Right.
What about America? Do you think America today is ready to receive Swami in some measure or the other? Because the hunger or the anguish, the disturbance that you as an individual experienced long ago, appears to be felt by the whole nation today.
Correct.
If I read the signals correctly. So just as you were transformed and changed, do you think that could happen to your country as a whole at this point of time?
Well, I'd answer that in two ways. First, there are certain people in America that are sincere seekers, spiritual seekers that, certainly can transcend the boundaries of whether it's Judaism or Christianity. And for those people, I've often wished that he would go because he is such a great teacher to bring you on the journey.
Then, there are some practical aspects. He is in the stage where I think he doesn't want to go because he would be seen as a globe-trotting guru. He is not that.
No, he's nothing like that.
And he brushes off all these things by saying the sugar doesn't go in search of ant, the ant comes in search of sugar, which is really true.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is, now that there are the chain of organization centers and so on. People come in large groups. They even come sometimes in chartered flights, at least in big groups.
Yeah, it's true.
So is there any way in which the basic message, you don't have to talk about Swami's divinity and all that. Those are sort of higher order experiences which only a privileged few can acquire or get. But there is the other aspect of Swami, his message of love, which is applicable to all, his message of service, his message of sacrifice.
Correct.
All of which, if followed, would make the world a much better place to live in. And America may have wealth, but it is hungry for something else which it doesn't have and desperately needs.
Correct.
In short, I'm asking you, this is a question that I ask of every person who comes from America. How do you think Swami will get, his message will spread in America? And when do you think it may happen? Tough question?
No, not a tough question. But so you weren't.
Many have said that it's a tough
No, I don't think it's a tough question at all. But you're not asking, do I think Swami will come to America or something like that? You're asking just how his message will come?
Yes.
I think it'll just have to happen the way it's happening, which is very slowly through the people that come here. They have some experience. They go back. They try to put it into practice. They get involved in the organization. They get involved in education, the EHV program. They start to slowly bring it into the schools.
Now, I'm talking of the mainstream Americans, not of the Indian diaspora.
I don't think that could happen without some direct intervention of Sathya Sai Baba. That's my opinion.
Have you ever talked to people there about Swami's work and things like that? What was the kind of reaction?
It's hard to believe. I've given talks for, you can, over the years I've been asked to give talks all over, and the main thing is you talk about is what does he teach? And you talk about his teachings, and then of course you then talk about the university system, the hospital system, that these are all free, and the discipline and and it's hard to fathom. It's literally hard to fathom.
But what is the reaction of the people?
Usually, unless they've had some experience directly with Sathya Sai Baba, it's very hard to take the next step, which may be to then to go to get a book and then to start.
Obviously, if they see some of these things in visual form, perhaps they'll get a feel for it.
I would think so, yeah. And that doesn't really happen much in terms of the TV or the news or the media or the publications. But I think if they did, that would have a big impact. But that hasn't really happened yet. Basically, to most of America, Swami is still pretty much unknown, and I have to think, this is the way he wants it. But I would think it'd be the greatest. I know it would be the greatest thing in terms of American history and a blessings for our country that if he ever would let himself be known. But whether or not he knows, I don't know.
Oh, no, the one thing is there, as Swami says, for everything there is a time and a circumstance. Yeah. So when the time is right, I'm sure it would happen.
But he has changed many, many lives in America, and I'm one of them.
Only America, all over the place.
All over the world, but you're asking about America. Yeah, and he has made, deep, deep changes for the positive in many lives.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah,
we all know that. People like Sinclair, Sandwich, and so many others.
Yes.
And I always remember Bob Bazani saying every once in a while, and I quote this to my students, we don't realize how lucky we are to be seeing all this.
Yeah.
It's incredibly
it's a great
remarkable, and it's a fantastically good fortune.
I come to India because I love India, and to come here and get his darshan, to see him directly is a great thing.
There's a great hunger for that.
So I agree with you about America. Yeah, there is a need. I definitely think there is a need there, and I hope that more and more in the future it would start to infiltrate into society.
Okay, let's hope that happens sooner than later.
Yeah.
And
yes.
with that, let me thank you for sharing your experience.
It was nice to be here.
And we hope you will come some other time and tell us more about your experiences. Thank you. Sairam.
Sairam, sir.
We now bring you a conversation with Professor Anantharam, a professor in management and also a CEO of a company based in New York. In conversation with him is Professor G. Venkatraman.
So, Professor Anantharam, hearty welcome to the studios of Radio Sai.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatraman.
And I just would like you to tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, where you're working, how you happen to come there, and then we will come to the more interesting and perhaps pertinent question about how you came to Swami. So over to you.
Well, basically, you can call me a fellow pilgrim, very broadly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Actually, we all are.
We all
Only
are.
some people realize it, most don't.
Right.
Okay.
I'm a CEO and a business executive. I work for a CEO of a transnational conglomerate corporation which operates out of Switzerland. Mm-hmm. Simultaneously, I also do a lot of teaching in business school. So basically, you would say I have two hats at any one time.
But you are based in?
I'm based in New York, New Jersey area.
Not in Switzerland?
Not in Switzerland. The head office of the conglomerate is in Switzerland. I look after their basically U.S. operations. Mm-hmm. And in the last few years, as an adjunct professor, I've been extending more into a teaching area. Mm-hmm. I'm slowly trying to shed the direct corporate responsibilities, particularly after what is happening in the U.S. in the last couple of years. I believe that's not a safe, comfortable place to be in. So I'm trying to escape into academic area. Mm-hmm. For the last 2-3 years, I've been...
Which university are you teaching in?
I'm teaching in NYU, Harvard Business School, and also Pace University. As an adjunct professor, I do it in 3 different universities. Depending upon my availability, I choose the semester. For the last 4-5 years, whenever I've been coming to Puttaparthi, I've also been taking the opportunity to spend some time at the Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in the Department of Management, Accounting. I've been taking some sessions once in a while. But this time, I've been wanting to expand this. So Swami last time when he was good enough to give me an interview and said, why don't you expand your activity here? So with that in view, I'm here for a whole semester, teaching 2 subjects for MFM and MBA. Hopefully, with His grace, over a period, my intention is to expand my exposure here at the Institute and maybe spend less time in US. I've shed most of my corporate responsibility. I'm just the chairman of the board. I don't have a direct operating responsibility.
Which brings me to a question. You say you have come to Puttaparthi and you come here frequently to do some teaching. So the question is, when and how did you come to Swami? Was it something unusual, or was it just that you were gradually
as
enveloped
always,
and drawn?
Swami has a way of grabbing you when you're ready for it. I think I came to Swami's fold, about 25 years ago. Basically, like everybody else, what brought me to Swami again is Howard Murphy's famous book, Sai Baba, the Man of Miracles.
I have to correct you there, though you're a professor. Not everybody comes to Swami via Howard Murphy. Many people come via misery, and in fact, that is an age-old strategy of Swami.
That's right. That's
God.
right.
When people are in distress, they look for God. As Kabir said, it's only when you are in distress you cry for God.
I think I also came through a sort of misery. My introduction to Swami, I think I should have said that. My introduction to Swami was through
so
Howard
we accept your legal clarification. Carry on.
Howard Murphy's Man of Miracle. That's why I came to know of Swami. But again, somehow or other, basically what happened was I was
working.
When
you came to know of Swami, were you in US or in India?
No, I was in India. I was working at the time in Madras. Mm-hmm. Basically how it happened was while I was traveling by train once from Madras to Bangalore, for want of anything else to read, my mother had given me this book. So I read this book for want of anything else to read. Mm-hmm. So I finished reading this during the entire journey to sort of Bangalore. But even then, I was not sort of converted. I had aversion to Godmen in general, and this one in particular. So I basically read it for want of anything else to do. Again, as you rightly said, through events you come to Swami. The event that brought me to Swami was, at that time when I was in Bangalore, my mother used to ask me to take her to Whitefield, because my mother is a very pious kind of a person. She's not exactly a Swami devotee. She would pay obeisance to anything in saffron clothes. That was the kind of a person. So she used to ask me would take her to Whitefield, drop her there, and drive all the way back to the city. And at the end of 2 hours, I'll go and pick her up and bring her back.
Petrol must have been less expensive in those days. That's all I can say.
I thought driving 20 miles to satisfy, a mother's desire was sufficient satisfaction of filial duty. So it did not extend into going into Swami also. On one particular day, as I dropped my mother and returned to Bangalore, I stopped by at the Bangalore club. My wife was with me. My little son was with me. We decided to stay back for lunch, and while I decided to have a swim on that day. And while this was happening, my son was playing by the side of the swimming pool there. Suddenly, for about 15 minutes, he was missing. We didn't know where he was. So I got out of the swimming pool. My brother was also there. So we searched for him high and dry all over the place. We thought we had strayed away. But suddenly, my brother saw a little red dress floating at the end of the swimming pool. And he jumped in immediately. It was my son, floating in water for about 15 minutes. He was pretty much gone, but then we applied first aid and brought him back. Next day, as I went to Whitefield, I was a little curious to see this person whom everyone goes to see. So I stayed somewhere at the edge of the crowd. So as soon as my little son saw Swami at a distance, he said, "Daddy, that was the uncle who came and held me up yesterday." And I thought it was some kind of a indoctrination of my mother into a little child at that time. I kept quiet. But after some time, Swami strayed towards him. He came straight to us and gave him a sort of a knowing look, patted him in the back, and told him in Kannada, "So you have changed your wet clothes," and walked back. And this was something which hit me dramatically at that time. So I felt there is probably something more in it, and that was probably the beginning of this long journey. And I'm still in that journey.
That is an amazing story, though not the only one. But it shows how he works. Yesterday I was talking to Sunil Gavaskar, the cricket celebrity, and he told me how he came to Swami. It was not directly him, it was his mother, but that's a different story. We'll come to that perhaps privately. Now, what does Swami mean to you?
What does Swami mean to me? I think Swami means everything to me. I think Swami means to me creation. Swami means to me divinity. Swami means to me everything that I want to know. I think I can't put it in words. I can't. It's not a logical, analytical kind of a feeling. It's completely, emotional.
I fully understand, because obviously Swami has entered your heart, and heart is beyond the realm of logic. So you're just trying to state that in your own words. Right. But I would ask you this question, which is answerable, I think. The question is, how do you think Swami has influenced your life? He does it invariably in one way or the other. The impact is different for different people. It depends on their makeup and personality, or the gunas, to use the spiritual lingo. In your case, what kind of an impact has Bhagavan made on you?
I think the impact Bhagavan made onto me was basically, I think if I want to analyze this, I think his basic philosophy that all religions are one, they're all different paths to lead to the same God. I think it is that concept teaching of his that has impressed me a lot.
But that means you were not quite an agnostic. You accepted religion, you accepted God before you saw Swami?
I think I was I was basically brought up pretty spiritual, coming from a South Indian conservative family. You can't escape.
Yes, I know that very well.
You can't escape this. But somewhere along the line, as I grew up, I pretended to myself I was an agnostic.
Yeah.
I was
we
trying
go through
to search.
that. It's a kind of reaction, I suppose.
All of us, yeah. I think, went through that phase.
And I suppose it's a sort of badge of intellectual feeling, arrogance, and
You're
I'm
right.
an intellectual, I can think for myself. No, I don't need any brainwashing kind of thing.
Added to that, I was like you yourself. I was a student of science to boot. So you claim you know something. You forget what Sir Isaac Newton said, that we are like little children playing by the pebbles on the seashore. We forget that. So we claim there is logic everywhere. So you go through a phase of confused thinking, confused logic. I think I also went through that phase.
By the way, for record, I must say, since you mentioned me and brought me into the picture, I had a curious split personality. I accepted God because I was deeply influenced not only by my home circumstances but by Gandhi. That had a deep influence on me. And of course, as far as science was concerned, it was pretty absorbing and there was no need to go into all these philosophical debates. So I could comfortably keep these two things apart, at least till for a while. Carry on, please.
But deep within, I think I wanted to accept God. I wanted to accept divinity, except that for a period I had strayed away into agnosticism, kind of. I think Swami brought me back. I think Swami probably provided the link which brought me back to what I probably basically essentially believed in. And he brought it through a series of circumstances. This was the beginning of several things that happened. And when these things happen,
what was the other thing that you remember that happened?
Several things that happened.
Just name one.
Once in Singapore, I completely lost when I was doing business travel, I lost all my papers completely. It was missing. Just imagine being in a strange airport. You have no passport, you have no visa, you can't go in, you can't come out, you have no money, everything is lost. So it's a very strange kind of you're in a no man's kind of a land. So I was in that kind of a situation. But somehow or other I said, look, let me go. And they announced my aircraft departure. I said, let me just go and see what happens, whether they would let me in. So as I went in, just as I was nearing the gate, somebody comes to me from somewhere mysteriously and gives me a packet and said, look, I believe these are your travel papers, and vanishes. It was a very large airport. I was trying to look at the person, look back. I couldn't have missed him, but it was completely gone. This was the second issue. Like that, there have been a series of incidents.
That reminds me of the experience of one of the devotees who now lives here. He was going from Australia to Canada, and he was passing through Los Angeles, I think. And in Los Angeles, he was to catch a Trans-Canada flight to Toronto. And there he was traveling in the bus, and he had, in those days, they used to carry this hand wallet kind of thing. And he just kept it on the seat of the bus, and the color of the wallet was the same as the color of the bus seating. And when he got down, he forgot about it. And then he said, I got a few hours, let me go and relax in a park. And to his horror, he found that he was in the same situation which you described. No money, no ticket, no passport. And a Mexican cabbie comes and drives there to the... I think you lost something. He looks inside and there is his wallet, and he jumps in and he says, you seem to be wanting to go somewhere. Yes, take me to the Trans-Canada departure area. And he goes there, and later when he comes here, first thing Swami tells him, you've got to be more careful. Don't leave your things around in a bus. So those are those amazing instances. But at some point you went from India to America, because when you first met him,
right,
after the swimming pool episode, you were in India.
Yes.
Then you went to America. Which year was that?
I went to America actually went out of India in 1982. Mm-hmm. I was in Nigeria, I was in Africa for about 3 years, working for the same Swiss multinational group. And then after being in Africa for about 4 years, again there, a couple of major miracles of Swami. One of them was connected with the EHV conference, which we were trying to organize there at that time, and Victor Kano was there. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and then I moved to Switzerland for a couple of years, looking after, working at the corporate headquarters. And then in 1989, I moved to the United States. I've been in the US for the last 14 years. So 25 years I've been outside the country. And during all these 25 years, somewhere along the line, some point or other, there have been instances, either somewhere along the line, the finding, curing, or finding passport, something much basic, much more basic.
Okay, that is fine. That is something that helps you to remember Swami. But the question I now want to ask you is, During this quarter century that you have been away from this country, in a culture and environment that is substantially different from ours, what kind of impact Swami made on your life? Because, the way of life is different, the whole thinking is different. And as a matter of fact, for many people, they forget Swami the moment they cross the Ganesha gate. It's a common experience. So, how did you keep remembering Swami and maintaining your heart-to-heart connection with him?
I think in the case of at least most of the people who live abroad, the very fact that they live in a society, in an environment where value system is different, makes them want to think of the kind of value system Swami brings forward, the kind of value system that Swami basically teaches. And I think they remember Swami much. In fact, as far as devotees are concerned, devotees outside India are intensely conscious and aware of Swami and Swami's teaching, mainly because of the very society where they live in. They believe the kind of a value system that is required. The basic values of truth, righteousness, right conduct, non-violence, peace, etc. Perhaps if I had lived in India, I would have taken them for granted. Because I lived abroad, I see the relevance of all their value systems.
How do they find their life? You're a representative sample, so maybe I could ask this question of you. You live in a system which presumably negates these values that you hold dear. And for some reason you're there, whatever it is, destiny has put you there or whatever. How do you find that situation? Is it not one of contradiction? How does one face that conflict or contradiction?
Constantly there is conflict between what you want to do and what you are forced to do in these kind of societies. That is why in these conflicts, I think Swami's emphasis on right conduct, dharma, what you need to do, constantly comes to you. Keep constantly questioning yourself on what is right conduct professionally in all these areas, particularly when you live. I think it is there that, for instance, I always remembered Swami's story of how when Rama was going to the forest, Dasaratha was crying in the chariot next to him. He told Sunanda, stop the chariot. Rama told Sunanda, don't stop. When Dasaratha asks later, tell them you didn't hear. When Sunanda asked, how can I tell a lie? Rama said, listening to a grief-stricken father is not your dharma. But listening to your king is your dharma. It is a king who asked you to go. So by this very simple parable, Swami teaches what is dharma, what is right conduct to be done at several different times. These kind of parables constantly keep coming to you whenever you are placed in these positions of conflict. Particularly those of us abroad, those of us in professional kind of situations, constantly come across this conflict. And I think Swami's teaching constantly come to our aid.
In what way? Because the expectation in those societies or environments may be different from the way you want to act in accordance with the dictates of your conscience and Swami.
I think that is where Swami, all these happenings and miracles that he performs, which I think Howard Buffett calls it as parables in action. I think that is where Swami basically constantly helped. There have been quite a few professional instances in my life where whenever there is a conflict, whenever I didn't know, I knew what to do, but there was a conflict between the value that I wanted to support and the value that the society where I lived in supported. Swami basically did something where it was possible for me to stick to the value which I was supposed to give.
But would you say that this happens to everyone? Because I have a definite reason for asking the question, which I shall mention presently.
I think so, because as Swami himself has said when he talked about what is the right conduct, he has said, listen to the voice within.
No, what I am saying is, this kind of so-called miraculous experiences that put you on the right track. That's what I'm talking about.
I think it does. I think if you seek for it, if you look for it, I think it comes.
No, I'm not talking about the voice. Voice is always there.
Yes.
See, the reason I'm saying this is, I can't boast of any spectacular experiences that many people have.
Right.
There are people who have, there are people who don't. And the reason I ask you this question is, what about those who are devotees of Swami but who do not have these experiences?
I think they can still listen to the voice within and find the solution. Probably these miraculous experiences happen to those people
I
who
ask
need
this
that.
question is the following.
Yeah.
And this brings us to a sort of a central point. See, many years ago we had a person from America, management expert, who was talking to our students, and we were shocked when he began by saying, this is the institute, that's the mandir, forget all that you learned there, this is the hard world of business. It runs on different rules. Of course, we made sure that the gentleman was not allowed to interact subsequently with our students, but the fact remains that there was this dichotomy or schizophrenic attitude. I mean, I don't say it is particularly characteristic of people who live in one country or one continent. Every country has this problem. In fact, if somebody were to put it in general terms, as a scholar said, in the Orient, people believe in personal morality. They don't believe in social morality or social ethics. In the Western countries, they attach excessive importance to social ethics, but abandon personal morality, and that's been going on increasingly. So both reflect a kind of a split attitude, and as Gandhi says, truth is one. You cannot factor it like this or compartmentalize it like this. So the question is, how come people seem to be comfortable there with this kind of attitude? Business world is different, you got to be different, rules are different.
There have been several people who have had this conflict of question, have had this dilemma within themselves. Even people who are non-devotees of Swami. I know of a case of the chairman of Merrill Lynch who tried climbing mountaineering and saw a sadhu dying on the road. And he wanted to stop and come down, and he felt with a dilemma. Do I go ahead with the mountain
that is
climbing?
Famous Harvard case study. Yes.
Famous parable of the sadhu. So again, it's a dilemma. It's a conflict. He resolved his conflict by stopping his mountaineering, coming down, going to Harvard Business School, spending 1 year as executive in waiting, and writing a book. I think somewhere along the line he has found a solution to the problem within himself. I think even if you don't have the experiences, if you search within, if you are concerned about it, and I think somewhere along the line you would find an answer. I think experiences probably come for some of those of us who who are not able to search for it in depth. Probably you didn't have to do that. That was the reason why experience didn't come to you.
A good answer to this question, why some people have experiences and some people don't. I think that's an excellent answer.
Some of us probably need it.
Now let me come to some generalities instead of this kind of dialogue. I want to ask you the following question. In many respects, particularly considering the fact that America is in a unique position, not only in terms of its military might, but commercial, I would say, strength, economic strength, technological proficiency, scientific excellence, and so on and so forth. It is in a stage where it is likely to go, if it has not already done so, on the wrong track. And if it goes on the wrong track, it can be very dangerous. But if it gets on the right track, it can be enormously beneficial to the entire world, because what America does today, the world does tomorrow. So the question in short is, do you think there will be any impact on that society made by the teachings of Swami? It needs it desperately, and I think it's ripe for it and ready for it. But will it be ready to receive it? What's your forecast?
I think it would, but the problem is the logistics and strategy of their receiving it. Like, for instance, Swami himself has basically said, or as he has tried to do through his educational establishments, like, for instance, we had the same kind of a problem, particularly in the last couple of years, with the corporate sector being what it is in the United States. During one of the discussions in Harvard Business School, we had the opportunity to ask the dean, 3 of the major people who had problems because of the auditing, etc., are basically Harvard Business School graduates. So we asked a question, if the Harvard Business School produces graduates who become chief executives, who become unethical like that in their dealings, what is the school doing? The answer immediately was, maybe we should introduce ethics as a subject in our MBA curriculums, etc.
That's very interesting, because in a radio program I heard immediately after one of these famous scandals erupted, an old professor, I don't know his name and which university he was from, but he said, he made a sort of lamenting remark. He simply said, whatever happened to those values and morals we used to teach in our business schools? That was a simple comment he made.
That's exactly the problem. When you ask the same question, the way, I don't think I should mention the name of the university, the way the university replies back is, we will introduce one 3-grade subject, ethics, and we will strengthen that. It doesn't work that way.
I know that. It's nice that you're mentioning this, because a couple of months from now, we are going to have a conference of vice chancellors here. And I've been asked to give a talk. I was given that news a few days ago. And my talk is going to be, you can't, do this kind of patch-up treatment. Morality is one integrated whole. As Gandhi said, there's a moral law governing the universe. You can't be moral here and immoral here.
Right.
And if you teach it like a course, boys will cram and get O grade or whatever grade is the highest, and go and happily commit white-collar crimes with greater proficiency, perhaps. I don't think it's going to come that way.
That is
you
where
have to change your attitude.
Absolutely. And to do that,
has that society accepted that or recognized?
They would, but the problem is there is no way in which that society can bring about this kind of a change.
Okay,
like
in
for
that
instance,
case, I want to ask you a very fundamental question. I have asked it of many people, and let me try out what your response is. The question is the following. As I said earlier, America is number one in many departments, which means it's a society with a lot of very, very intelligent people, creative people, skilled people, and so on, talented people, and so on. If there are so many intelligent people, how come they are blind to something that is obvious to people of lesser intelligence like myself, for example?
I think it's the old battle we are fighting all over the world. Like Plato once said, like unless you have a philosopher, statesman at the head of a state, somehow that these value systems, I think basically America...
No, I'm saying they are very good in analysis. I mean, you have all these case studies. It doesn't take very long to find that immorality is not going to pay. They are finding it the hard way. Why do you have to find it the hard way? It's there in front of you from day one.
You see, basically what made American society succeed is their desire to succeed, that they must be a winner, that they must be one better than the others.
All that we accept.
Right.
But with all that intelligence, why are they having this blind spot?
The problem is that with that kind of an attitude, it's not possible to develop any other kind of sharing. It's not possible to develop. See, along with that attitude comes the question of greed, the question of wanting to amass material wealth, the question of wanting...
Do you mean to say that when you get into that frame of mind, you become blind to certain things?
You become a winner. You must win at any cost. That sort of gets into you. And that probably...
I'm glad you said this, because I asked this question of Samuel Sandweiss, and as a psychiatrist, he immediately hit upon the answer, though he stated in his own way. The reason I brought it up is, in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 2nd chapter, Krishna makes this very, very clear, and Swami has amplified it beautifully. Krishna says how from desire you go to anger, and then ultimately your buddhi is destroyed, then it leads you to ruin. Once your buddhi is destroyed, you cannot discriminate properly. And Swami puts it in a more modern language. He says human intelligence flowers in two different ways. One is with respect to the worldly perspective, that he calls Meda Shakti, and it's Meda Shakti that makes you a winner in the world. You become a great scientist, or you become a great manager, or whatever. You're sharp. You become number one in Harvard Business School or Harvard Physics Department or whatever it is. But at the level of the heart, you're a zero. Buddhi is just the opposite. It gives you very good analytical capabilities in relation to spiritual matters, and you are able to make the right decisions. And Swami said, Meda Shakti is necessary but not sufficient. Buddhi is sufficient even if you don't have worldly intelligence. And he gives the example of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who hardly went to any school. Right. But yet he could make the right decisions and guide people who are supposedly much more learned in worldly terms, all of whom flocked before him. So I think this is what Swami says, and what you have said just now corroborates it. In fact, we can see this in the dimensions of commerce, the dimensions of politics, military strategy, and all that. It's sort of very sad to see that so much of money is being spent on infructuous things. They get into a mindset, as they call it. Am I right? Is that the
Right,
word?
absolutely. That's why the way Swami is doing this through education, right from the education, human value, the whole value system that is inculcated in the children. Swami himself has said, the parent, the teacher, and the society, it is these three who guide the children into a system of values. When you do not have these three guiding the system into the right
So
sense
what
of
happens
values.
to a society like this, which is so well endowed, but is heading for a crash?
Exactly. That is basically the problem. It's
No,
exactly.
but what do you see? Is there any solution? What about the parents? Don't they see the writing on the wall? What about the teachers? Don't they
I
see
think
that?
there is awareness, but somewhere along the line, no one seems to be able to grab this and do something about it. That is where I think.
Do you think something will happen? That some person will come in the horizon and sort of provide a...
Well, I don't see this happening at all. I mean, that doesn't seem to be happening at all. That's why if you take an average, that is the reason why...
But do you rule it out?
I don't rule it out. I think...
The reason I ask this is, in the 50s, there was so much of segregation in the United States. And all of a sudden, you remember the famous case in Alabama and all those places. Then suddenly Martin Luther King came along, and then there was, though there was NAACP and all that earlier, they didn't really make much of an impact. But this created a turnaround and brought down the level of discrimination substantially. And the most spectacular case is that of South Africa, which was white dominated. And in the 90s, the whole thing crumbled, just like the Berlin Wall. So do you see any hopeful signs for America?
Not in the near future.
Do you think India can do something to help America?
I think so. I think certainly. I think there is definitely an increasing awareness in the United States about the value system, the spiritual value system in India.
Do you think a lot of the mainstream Americans take interest in Swami's movement?
Swami's movement and Vedanta, and for instance, in the United States today, any good talk on any religious subject. For instance, you go to any of the outlying areas, somebody conducting basic classes in Upanishads, it's full, and you find at least 50% of the people local Americans. There is definitely a greater awareness. There is consciousness about the value system.
Does it make any
India has a lot
difference
to
to their lives?
It does. But in a very small way. Unfortunately, the intellectual few go, it doesn't percolate to the rest. But I think this is happening. It's definitely happening. People like Bharatiya Vidyaban is doing a lot of work in this area. And
is the Harvard Business School, for example, aware that there are these kind of things that they should look at least?
In fact, we have been having some extensive discussion about this. Right now, the discussion stays in the area of curriculum development, that kind of a work. In fact, Harvard, after this question we raised some time ago, had realized that ethical value systems in business is very, very important. And they have been doing a lot of work in this area. Like, for instance, this Parable of the Sadhu, L.C. Bowen, who wrote that book, went to Harvard Business School and stayed for 1 year as executive in waiting. But somewhere...
But I want to ask you there, whether the definition of ethics and all that is based on social norms. I see a distinction between ethics and morality. Morality is based on dharma. It is unchanging. Whereas ethics is based on current social norms. Morality comes from within, ethics comes from without. Right. Morality has got no flexibility because, it is dharma, it doesn't change. Ethics is a very adaptive and changes, like censorship, for example. So under the circumstances, don't you think they need more than ethics? Have they understood this?
I don't think they have. I don't think the mainstream United States have not understood
no,
this.
But at least at the
intellectual level, I think they're beginning to understand.
For example, in the business world, the reason I say this is very simple. If you go back to business and commerce, I think unless you get down to the level where you regard business not as an enterprise that delivers maximum profit to the shareholders, but as a social activity conducted by a group of people who regard the money with them, though given by shareholders, as money of God held by them in trust. In other words, the trusteeship concept, which Gandhiji, actively promoted. Every businessman is a trustee of God. Every intellectual is a trustee of God, and that God has given him the wealth of knowledge. Every physically fit man is a trustee of God, and that God has given him the wealth of health. And this is something that is central to the Bhagavad Gita. So unless we go to that and accept we are all trustees of God, God has given us something suitable to our personality, and we must use that for and on behalf of God, just as you do in public service. For example, in India, any public service servant is supposed to do for and on behalf of the President of India. In the same way, if we do that, which is the essence of second chapter of Karma, second and third chapter Karma Yoga, that can be a turnaround. And it can be a very, very enjoyable experience too. What do you think of that?
I think so, absolutely. In fact, in the last couple of years, with the kind of corporate scandals that have been going on in the United States today, I think there is a greater realization there is something much deeper than ownership, control in businesses, the concept of holding something in trust. Very simple matter. The board of directors are slowly realizing that they are basically trustees of the shareholders. Even that basic concept
I would say they should be
clear.
trustees of the stakeholders.
Stakeholders, right. Stakeholders, all the stakeholders. I think this concept is slowly sinking in.
See, it's very interesting. I would like to share with you a point. I have been noticing in Swami's discourses something very different in the last couple of years. Earlier, he used to say, God is in you. Suddenly, Swami started saying a couple of years ago, God is not in you, you are in God. So I did a double take, whatever is happening. It is not as if that is true or this is true. Both that is true and this is true. He was emphasizing that in earlier eras for a different reason. Now he is emphasizing this. You are in God. Society is God, again and again. He stressed. So I asked myself, why is Swami saying society is God? And I came to the conclusion, this is what I have been telling my students lately. Today we are in a highly connected environment. 1,000 years ago, the population of the world was very small and people lived in isolated communities and there was hardly any connectivity. I mean, in Shankara's time, it took a long time for him to walk up and down. There was hardly any connectivity. As a result of the connectivity, today, an action in one place can easily influence the action in another place. I mean, a whiz kid in one place can produce a virus and it can affect computers all over the world. That's a sort of a nasty example, shall I say, or a SARS virus. Or the Federal Reserve Board in America changes the interest rates and it impacts the stock markets all over the world. So in this highly interconnected society, we have to function in such a manner that is socially responsible. I cannot abdicate my social responsibility. It becomes priority number one. And to stress that, Swami says society is God. Unless I regard society as God and I must discharge my duty to society without any strings, unconditionally, there is going to be a problem. Are people prepared to put society before anything else? I think the NGOs and all are beginning to look like that. The Greens are beginning to think like that, at least to some extent. But the MNCs must come to that.
I think the social ethics part of it, I think MNC are basically realizing it. I think they would, at least by compulsive reasons, they are forced into that kind of an area. I think they would.
Do you see this recent news about mild relaxation regarding the patent laws for, producing drugs, generic forms of drugs for poor countries as an example of this rethinking?
Certainly. Certainly. It's certainly an example of this rethinking. There is, I think, at least the collective consciousness of corporate America has not risen, but there are definitely voices in the dark which basically talk about this. There is greater awareness, greater realization. Whatever has happened in the last couple of years has created this. I think this movement will certainly gain ground. With respect to social responsibility, social ethics, etc., I think they definitely will sort of bring it up. But would it go to the extent of equating social morality with individual personal morality at that kind of a level, I think that would take a while. That is where I think most of the Indian Vedanta from India and most of Swami's teachings, all of them, I think, would make a tremendous amount of impact in the United States.
They have to rediscover God. Unless they
I think they've got to rediscover themselves. I think the whole concept
that's
of...
what it boils down
exactly.
to. Because, okay.
The whole concept of we are part of divinity and divinity is part of us. I think this realization, somewhere along the line, it has got to come.
Okay. Now I want to change the gear completely and take you back to Japan, where you were some months ago. You were there to attend this World Water Forum. Tell us about it. First of all, how did you happen to go there? And then I would like to know, what was this conference about? I thought there was one major meeting in Kyoto and a satellite meeting in Osaka.
There's a meeting in Kyoto and a satellite meeting in Osaka.
How did you happen to land there?
This was UN Habitat sent me an invitation, one asking me whether I could participate in the panel. There is a panel on financing. Whether I could participate in this panel and present Sathya Sai Anantapur water project. So there was an invitation that came from them.
This panel, what was the objective of this panel and where was it held, this panel discussion?
This panel discussion was held in Kyoto. This was sponsored by UN Habitat and the ADB. The whole conference is on the third UN conference on cities and water. I think this was the two other conferences were held before. This was the third conference. It was basically the whole concept was about how do we bring water to the cities and what about the kind of projects, how do we do that, the infrastructure, the cost, the logistics, the whole lot. Government people, representatives from several governments, everybody was there. This was the one for which I received an invitation, basically to talk about the financing of Anantapur water project at this panel. So this invitation came from UN Habitat. After a lot of hesitation, I decided to accept it and I happened to go there. It was a 3-day conference that was held.
So what did you tell them and how was it received?
Well, basically, initially there was a lot of hesitation I had because after all, the basic strength of the Anantapur water project is not on financing, basically. To talk only about financing of the water project was to mistake the tree for the woods. But since there was an invitation, I went there with a lot of trepidation. Even initially, there was a reluctance whether this is the right forum, what to do. But then I sent that communication to Mr. Chakravarti saying, look, there is this invitation, could I go? Mr. Chakravarti sent a letter back and saying, well, I certainly could go and make whatever presentation that I need to do. So I went there. Right from the beginning, there was a lot of concern. Is this the right forum? What do I talk about it? What financing, special this thing that I can talk about it here? But right on the first day when we went there, there was a inaugural conference. There was a beautiful music presentation, ballet presentation. It was basically talked about water as a source coming from through time and through space.
Oh, who presented this?
As it came through, it was presented by the school children of Japan. As they presented this, how water came through time and space. As it came through time and space, it collected its identity. It developed its own identity, and along with identity develops also its own sense of values. And when they talked about values, they talked about truth, peace, right conduct, non-violence. When they talked about these 4 values, my ears immediately pricked as to what is happening here. And at this time, the ballet had come to an end, and they got up and announced that this ballet was presented by the Sathya Sai school children of Japan. And there were about 1,500 delegates, and they gave a standing ovation. And the moment I saw this right at the beginning, I basically felt maybe Swami's presence is already here. So maybe there will be greater awareness here, and maybe I should go and make this presentation to the panel, fairly aggressively kind of. And so the panel presentation was basically on the next day. I was the 4th speaker in a panel of about 6 speakers. Basically, most of the other speakers who spoke before talked about financing models, payback method, cost of recovery. This was basically what most of the projections were on. And basically, when I went to talk to this panel, I had a series of PowerPoint presentation basically available. But somewhere towards the end, I said, look, there's no point in making these PowerPoint presentations because there is no financing proposal itself on Sathya Sai water project is not something which can make a dramatic presentation to the UN. So I went in at the last minute, I decided not to do my PowerPoint presentation, but instead I went and began by saying that I'm no expert on water. In fact, I don't even know why I'm here. So therefore, I'm not going to make you a presentation on financing. Instead, what I'm going to tell you here is a case study. It's not merely a case study, it's also a love story. It's also a story of love. It's not really a love story, it's a story of compassion. It's a compassion of how one person found it necessary to bring water to a parched land and quench the thirst of 1 million people. So it's a story of compassion and love. The moment I said that, there was a lot of attention as far as the group was concerned. And since then, the presentation went on very well. Subsequently, there was a lot of interest on what the project was about, what was Swami saying. There was a tremendous amount of interest subsequent to that.
When you say subsequent, this was after the panel discussion
After the panel discussion.
Has there been any kind of follow-up regarding this thing?
While in Osaka, the press was immediately after the panel presentation, the press immediately wanted to know what was this project about, who is Sathya Sai Baba, what is happening. There was a lot of inquiries and questions at that time. Mm-hmm. And there was also an invitation from the Osaka Students Union asking me to come and talk to them about the water project.
All this was the fallout of your talk in the panel?
It's all fallout of the talk. All this happened immediately at the end of the talk. So there was a lot of interest. The Minister of China was present there. There was a whole delegation from China sitting there. And he wanted to discuss with me about what is this compassion that you are talking about.
That's interesting. Yeah.
And he wanted to have some more discussion about what the water project was about. So it certainly threw a lot of interest open.
Which reminds me of something that happened sometime earlier in Delhi, where UN Habitat had a conference, again on this theme of water and sanitation. And I believe there was a presentation on behalf of the Central Trust. They were invited to make a presentation about the project. At the end of the presentation, they were asked questions, and one question was about return on investment. So you say Sai Baba built all this project costing 300 million rupees or whatever, 300 crores, and simply gave it away. How could he do a thing like that? You must get something for the money you invest. And the answer that was given was, financiers think of money. They say, if we lend, what is it that we get back? If we invest, what is it that we get back? Baba doesn't invest money. He gives love. He doesn't even invest love. He just gives love and expects nothing in return. And when you don't expect anything in return, you get much more than what you give. That is the miracle of love. And if that is accepted and work is done with love and projects are done with love, you can get much more for the money that you invest than you would otherwise. I don't know how convinced those people were, but I got the impression that they are beginning to look at this dimension just as the business schools are beginning to look at ethics as a necessity. There are other dimensions to projects and the way you spend money. So, what happened in Osaka?
Basically, there was a presentation about the water project. There was also an exhibit, which was exhibited in the conference. Mr. Ramakrishna of L&T was also there. There was also a panel presented by ADB, basically on water projects.
We had sent a lot of posters.
The posters were exhibited.
Were they seen?
They were seen. There were a lot of people around. There was a lot of interest. People were questioning. People were asking questions. And
I think this is the first time that Swami's project has got a global exposure
Absolutely,
without
absolutely.
any of our involvement
Absolutely.
in
It was completely, I mean, the trust was not involved. Nobody from here was
it. That's
involved.
the way
It was
Swami makes it
completely-
happen.
Absolutely.
I don't need any of you.
I don't need it.
We have made redundant,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, basically, I think the message that went across, because even in the financing panel, when we talked about, when we finally said, it's to talk about financing as this particular project as a success is to mistake the tree for the wood. There was something more to it. There was something more than that. Finally, it was basically compassion and love that basically created and make this whole project succeed. I think that message went through.
No, that's very
clearly.
important, because we have this business of money and people forget the beneficiaries. Often things are done which do not benefit the so-called beneficiaries. Dams, for example. Again and again we have the problem of displaced persons. Nobody looks after them. And this seems to be a problem all over the so-called underdeveloped countries. So there is an element that goes beyond money that needs to be looked at. And the word compassion that you use highlights what really is missing in the cold, calculated.
Yeah, because basically in everyone's mind there is a basic desire to help. I think what Swami basically did was somewhere along the line he tapped this reservoir within each person who basically wanted to do something to help the community, and he was able to tap this reservoir and make people come out. Otherwise, how is it that on a project like this, how could this project succeed? How could people willingly allow their land to be cut and pipeline to be laid? How would they tolerate the menace of crop damage through broken pipeline? How is it there was no litigation at all in the project?
No arbitration, Mr. Ramakrishna.
No arbitration at all. How is there no cost over, and how did all this happen?
And the other interesting thing is, as Mr. Ramakrishna said, the workers worked like they don't work in other projects.
Right, absolutely.
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 There was Swami's influence at all levels. And I can tell you, I have visited some of these villages long after the project was completed, for nearly 4 or 5 years later. It was just amazing how grateful they were to Swami. They were able to relate him as one of theirs. That is the most important point. He was not, some unknown entity in some far off and mysterious place. That was something very heartening. How come they knew about Swami? Because of the hospital, for example, and because of the village service, Gram Seva, and so on and so forth. And it was just absolutely marvelous. So do you think you see any difference between the way Swami does his projects and the way the NGOs do? The NGOs, are around everywhere in Afghanistan, Africa and all that. People like Oxfam, and I'm sure there are a number of others. Do you see any difference between the way Swami
I think
does?
completely the whole thing is different, because in every organization, in every human activity, there's an internal environment, there is an external environment. Mm-hmm. There is this internal environment that basically manages, that provides all these transactional factors like structure, staff, system, skill, etc., etc. All that is fine. They probably would provide efficient results and normal goals. But sometimes for change, you require something much more than normal goals. You require something cataclysmic, something where you will want to leap forward as if in a trance. For that, you require some kind of a transformational forces, which is mission, which is leadership, which is whatever you call it. I think Swami was able to provide these transformational forces, which was completely missing
I'll
in
tell you
most of the
something which is
projects.
very interesting. I don't think the public knows it. I am not sure if you know it. When we went to this place, Penna Ahobilam, there is a small dam there, irrigation dam. There is water stored, and that water is sucked through pipes for providing drinking water. It's taken to a water processing plant. And from there, it's piped out to fairly long distance, almost 120 kilometers. There are 2 pipes branching out. And they feed a large number of villages, or rather supply a large number of villages. So when I went there, we took a lot of photographs and videos. I was talking to those people. They are quite cut off. And I said, how do you manage to stay here? What kind of communications do you have? They said we had a wireless, but that wireless was taken away because of terrorist menace. There are a lot of Naxalite activity there. They said if they get the wireless, it's not very good. Then what do you depend on? Telephone. I said, telephones don't work. He said, that's true. So they are having a problem. And then on top of it, these fellows came and told them, don't go, be careful, there are a lot of terrorists around, don't go in the dark and all that. So one day these terrorists came there in broad daylight. They said, what are you doing here? They saw this water project as a symbol of the establishment. In that plant there is a big map which shows where all the water reaches. And then they looked at all those places and said, do you mean to say you're pumping water from here to all those places, 125 villages or whatever? Yes, absolutely. So they took down the names of some of those villages. They went and inquired there. Do you get water? Do you get it regularly? Is it reliable? Everything is satisfactory? The villagers were very happy. So they came back and said, okay, you are exempted from our acts of terrorism, but just make sure don't go out at night, because at night, we shoot at anything that moves.
Right.
Daytime, you can go out, but at night you must be this. And what I'm trying to say here is that these misguided terrorists were also concerned about social inequities. And when they saw Swami doing something for the poor, whose cause they are trying to champion,
Amazing.
They were quite, satisfied. Oh, this is what we want. Somebody is doing something. That's very nice to hear. So you're off the hook. So this was something, some lowly official told me. I don't think even their bosses know about this. I was just astonished the way this is impacting at the grassroots level. It's fantastic. So, Professor, it has been very nice having you. And I would like to end on the note of compassion, which you mentioned. I would like to end by quoting a very learned man who came to the United States from Austria in the 30s when Hitler was, after the Jews in Austria and Germany. His name was Victor Weisskopf, a very cultured man. He was a brilliant scientist. He was a professor in MIT. He died a few years ago at the ripe old age of 94 or so. Speaking once to the American Association for the Advancement of Science, he said, knowledge without compassion is inhuman, and compassion without knowledge is ineffective. Of course, he meant scientific knowledge, and material knowledge, and worldly knowledge, not Vedantic knowledge.
Right.
But I was deeply impressed. Knowledge without compassion is inhuman. This is what Swami says. Meda Shakti can make you into a Ravana. But compassion without knowledge is ineffective. You can be a poor man.
Absolutely.
Compassionate, but you can't be effective. Absolutely. So we need compassion, we need knowledge, we need to blend. And I think that is the responsibility of educational establishments. And that's what, as you know, we are trying to do in our institute. I hope you would be able to carry the message of Swami and our institute to your campuses over there. And let me wish you all the luck. And next time when you come, you should be telling us how many campuses you have converted to the Sathya Sai system of education.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I enjoyed this conversation. We hope to have you here again.
Thank you.
All the best, Sai Ram.
Thank you.
We now bring you a conversation with Mrs. Preeni, an alumnus of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantharam campus, who is in conversation with Professor G. Venkatraman.
So, Sai Ram Preeni, and welcome to our studios. Did you ever realize or feel or think that at any time you would be interviewed for Swami's radio station?
No, I wasn't expecting it.
When did you first hear about our radio station?
I read it in the Sanatana Sarati when it was actually opened on Swami's birthday.
Did you ever have a chance to hear our broadcast anywhere?
No, I never.
Except in Prasanthi Nilayam, I suppose.
A little bit, yeah. Yes.
So I hope, of course, where you are living, our footprints are not available. But very soon I hope you will be able to hear our broadcast where you're going. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself. I think you studied in Anantapur. Which year was it?
I joined Anantapur in 1980, pre-university, 2 years, and then we were the first batch.
From the institute?
From the institute to do the complete.
What was the subject you studied?
I did Bachelor of Commerce.
Commerce?
Yeah.
Now, how come you came to study here in Anantapur? You are originally from Sri Lanka. So
Yes.
what brought you here?
Well, when I first came here, I didn't plan to join the college. I came from a very different background.
Why did you come here in the first place?
Well, my mother was here.
How
And,
long has she been here?
Well, now she's been here for over 20 years.
20 years.
And she had just come about a year. And I came here
She came here to do service, or she?
Yes, she came to do
So you
service.
came to see your mother.
And to see Swami, of course. But it was my first visit to Swami.
But that means your mother and you knew about Swami even when you were in Sri Lanka.
Yes. Yeah. As a
Can you-
child, I have known about
How
Swami.
did your mother come to know about Swami?
She was always interested in spirituality. And so one of her friends gave her books on Swami, and she started reading Swami's teachings, his messages, and she was attracted by his teachings.
Just one supplementary question. You are Buddhist, right?
That's right.
So you didn't have any problems reconciling the teachings of Buddha with Swami's teachings?
Well, I come from a Buddhist background, but I studied in a Anglican missionary school. And
So that should have made your problem even more complicated.
well, but I suppose Buddhists are very broad-minded. At the same time, my mother also visited the Hindu temple regularly, which was next to the Buddhist temple. So I was exposed to 3 religions at about the same time.
So you grew up with unity of faith.
That's right.
So how was your experience in Anantapur in the early days of the institute?
It was not easy to adjust because I came from a very westernized family. And there was a lot of things I had to
Unlearn.
get used to, unlearn, get used to.
And the heat also, I suppose. Anantapur
Yes.
is very hot.
Summer was terrible. And what really helped me was Swami's grace. He helped
He
me
used to
through.
come often then those days, didn't he?
Quite often. Yeah, quite often. But we also used to come to Puttaparthi very often. And he would speak to me, which gave me the strength and the courage to get used to the ashram life and the life in the college. And slowly I adjusted. Yeah.
You adjusted. Is there anything very special about those days that you remember and cherish? Any nice incident or experience, Swami coming there or you coming here? Life was very different in those days. The ashram was very different in
Of
those
course,
days.
yes.
So is there anything very interesting that you can recall off the cuff which you can tell our listeners about?
Well, physically, I suppose we had more access to Swami then than people do now because the crowds were less. And quite often when we
You
used
mean you had more access to Swami?
Yes, then. And when we used to come here, at least once a month, he would call us for an interview to the mandir and speak to us and advise us how we should behave, how we should be an example of a student from the Sathya Sai Institute, and when we get married, how we should behave with our in-laws. So we had a lot of fatherly advice from Swami, which I have written some of the discourses down, and even now I still read them, and they bring back some nice memories. And Swami did come to Anantapur a few times when we were there. We had the opportunity to have a cultural plays, programs, and also a sort of a sports meet in front of him. And we had lunch with him. So we had some intimate moments, which probably the students now don't get because the numbers have grown and Swami doesn't...
Crowds have grown too.
Yes, the crowds have grown.
I shouldn't say crowd, the gathering of devotees.
Yeah, and he doesn't
In those
go
days,
there.
you remember there were the arches and sand
That's right,
and things
yeah.
like that. And
The
now there
beautiful-
was a huge hall.
The sunrise and the sunset was
Yes,
beautiful sitting there,
beautiful.
and Swami would walk around
Yes,
frequently.
that's true.
So times have
Times have
changed, and we
considerably.
have to learn to adjust with the
Adjust.
times.
So, after leaving college, what did you do?
I went back to Sri Lanka briefly, since there was nothing in Anantapur in the commerce line. And then I got married, and then we went to New Zealand to live in Auckland.
And how long were you there?
Well, we went there in the late 80s,
And you were quite involved in Sai activities.
Yeah, when I first went there, it was taken for granted that as soon as I come, being a student from Swami's college, that I would be fully involved. And of course,
there was a Sai organization.
There was a fairly large Sai organization.
Oh, even then.
Yeah, even at that time. And I started teaching Sathya Sai spiritual education, and also joined one of the bigger centers in Auckland as an office bearer. And within a few months, I was still quite young then, but they made me the national spiritual convener, because the lady who was doing it resigned, and they wanted me to take the job. So even though I was very young, with the encouragement of the leaders of the Sai organization at that time, I took it up as a challenge, and with Swami's grace, I think...
How many years were you in New Zealand? Before you went to Europe along with your husband?
Well, almost 8 years maybe.
Would you say the Sai organization grew in those 8 years?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
So Swami is much better known than he was.
Yes.
Now, you went to Europe some 4-5 years ago?
Yes, my husband went in 97 and I went in 98.
Where to?
To Bosnia.
Bosnia. That remains one of war. Why did he go to Bosnia? You have to tell us that.
Well, he works for the United Nations, and from New York, he had an assignment to Bosnia with the UN peacekeeping mission on the administration line. And I didn't really want to go because I had a good life in Auckland. I had my regular job as well as many Sai activities, and life was comfortable. And I didn't know what I'll do in Bosnia. I didn't even know if there'll be a single Sai devotee there.
Other than your husband.
That's right.
You're not going to like it if you meet him. Okay. And you went nevertheless.
Yeah. Well, Swami, in fact, instructed me at an interview that I should go, and it was not right for us to be in two different countries. And he said that
on the other side of the two different sides of the world, literally.
He said we should be together. And so...
so when you went to Bosnia, obviously it was a different country. What was your first impression of that country? The war was over by then, isn't it?
The war was over by then, but economically it was in a very bad condition.
And also the damage of war was very much around, isn't it?
Yes, very visible. There were a lot of landmines. Even in Sarajevo, that's where we lived, in the capital city of Sarajevo.
Apart from landmines, destruction of buildings.
The buildings
I remember seeing a lot of photos. They were terrible.
Many buildings were destroyed, and people didn't have money, they didn't have jobs. They couldn't clean the city.
Too, in many cases.
Yeah, many houses were destroyed, buildings were destroyed, schools.
This Bosnia is substantially Muslim, isn't it?
Well, it has three ethnic or religious groups: Catholic Christians, the Orthodox Christians, and Muslims. But predominantly, it's Muslim.
So when you went there, it must have been very difficult because the country was ravaged by war, the culture was different, the language was different, and perhaps the lifestyle also was different. How did you manage?
Even though it was a Muslim culture, they were quite westernized in some ways. But the language was a major stumbling block. Nobody spoke English. It was mostly Russian, German, and of course Serbo-Croat or the Yugoslav language. And it was not easy in the beginning.
But did you come across any devotees, Swami's devotees there?
Well, to our surprise, we found that our apartment was only 5 minutes walk to the Sai center of Sarajevo. So that was a very pleasant surprise for me.
That's very interesting. How did a center start there in Sarajevo? Do you have any idea about that? Can you share it with our listeners?
There have been devotees in Bosnia for many years.
Is that right? How come?
I really don't know the initial
how it got started. But people had heard about Swami and known about Swami for many years. So when you went to this Sai center 5 minutes away from home, did you feel at home there?
Well, it was different.
Certainly, you must have seen Swami's picture there. That must have
There were
made a big difference.
There were plenty of pictures all around on all the walls. And it was a very small room, and there were many people. So we were all quite cramped in this little room, in this little apartment, with a lot of people who couldn't actually communicate with us because of the language.
What about bhajans? That's one way of communicating.
Yes, they were singing Sanskrit bhajans.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that made you feel comfortable.
Well, I'm one person who thinks that we should always sing in different languages, especially we should sing in the language of the country that we live in.
Yes, that's true. But at least in this case, they were singing bhajans you knew.
Yes, so I wouldn't grumble, no.
And these Sai devotees, are they Christians or Muslims or both?
All three religions.
All three religions. And they got along very well.
Yes, they got along very well, and the coordinator of the center was Muslim.
A Muslim.
Yeah.
How come normally Muslims are supposed to find it difficult to accept anything outside their ordained religion? How did they find Swami? Were they able to accept him easily?
Well, Yugoslavia itself had socialism, I would say, under Tito, and they were not completely banned in practicing a religion, but they were not encouraged.
That's true.
So religion was not a major part of their lives.
Yes, that was so in Soviet Union too.
Yeah. It was probably a little more relaxed than in the Soviet Union.
Okay, but still Muslims accepting Swami, did you find that a little strange or odd?
I did, but I met so many Muslims who were Sai devotees that I stopped being surprised by it.
And is there any reason why they are able to accept Swami easily compared to others elsewhere?
In Bosnia itself, the Muslim culture is fairly relaxed, I would say, than in other countries.
So,
and also the war brought them closer together as a family, the Sai devotees, and they shared with each other's experiences, and it gave them strength. So during the war, their faith in Swami grew.
You mentioned experiences. Can you tell us whether any of these devotees in Bosnia have had spiritual experiences of the type that we hear about from many others?
Okay, just to tell you a little bit about Bosnia and the situation, they would, during the war, they all had a very difficult time. There was no...
How long did the war last?
It was almost 5 years.
5 years? Yeah. My God.
Yeah, almost 5 years.
That's a long time. Almost like Second World War.
That's right. They had no food, no clothing, no heating, and the winters are very severe. In Sarajevo, we used to have about 2 meters of snow, 2 to 3 meters of snow. The temperature would go down to minus 20 in the night. You would have heard that they had even the Winter Olympics in Sarajevo some years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's a very cold place, and not to have electricity, not to be able to have a fireplace is a terrible.
Yes, it's very terrible situation. I agree with you.
They burnt shoes and books and anything they could just for warmth. Yeah.
So you were talking about the war. And you were going to tell me something about the experience.
So there was also a problem with the water in Bosnia. There was no water. There were only 2 places for the whole city that people could go and actually collect water. And they would have these water queues and bread queues. And Sarajevo is a valley with mountains around it. And the people who lived in the city were being attacked by those who were in the mountains. So when these queues were formed, it was a very easy target from the mountains to shoot at the people. And there was a lady in the center, her name is Alexandra, and she told me one day when she was standing in the water queue, she saw Swami's figure, or at least just the image, the back of Swami's figure, walking on the other side of the road and just walking around the corner. And she was very surprised. And she said, she thought she was dreaming. So
This is in broad daylight.
Yes. And
she was standing to collect water.
She was standing in the water queue, to collect water, which is a long queue. And then she saw Swami on the opposite side of the road. So she and he had walked up and turned around the corner and disappeared. So she quickly crossed the road to follow and see whether it was actually Swami. And the moment she crossed the road, a grenade fell in the exact spot she was standing in the queue.
My God, she was saved.
So had she been there a moment longer, she would be
killed.
no more. Yes.
So that's the way Swami saved her.
That's the way Swami saved her. And that was not the only incident she had. There's a famous market in Sarajevo called Green Market, where all the vegetables are sold. And this lady, Alexandra, lives 5 minutes away from the market. One day she was there shopping and a voice inside, she said, kept saying, go home, go home. And she ignored it. And she just said, no, I must finish my shopping. But this voice kept saying, go home. And she couldn't ignore it any longer. It was very strong. And she felt strongly that it was Swami asking her to go home. When she couldn't ignore it any longer, she walked home, which was not very far, 5-10 minutes walk to her house. And there was a massive explosion. Many, many people were injured and people died. And had she delayed a few minutes...
So she was saved twice.
She didn't even reach her house. She was at the doorstep when she heard the blast, the explosion.
You know, this reminds me of an incident that was narrated to me by Mr. Tajmul Hussain of West Indies. He is the central coordinator there. And apparently there is a rich man there of African descent. And one day he was driving his car very fast, Mercedes-Benz. And his idea was to go and crash and die. And suddenly he heard a voice, come to Prashanti. He didn't know what was happening. He was continuing to drive. And again he heard, come to Prashanti. He continued to drive, wondering what was going on. Third time, come to Prashanti, very urgently.
Right.
He stopped. He didn't know what Prashanti was. He didn't know where it was. He didn't know what it meant.
Right.
But he felt that he was not supposed to die. He stopped.
Okay.
Then he made inquiries, found out what Prashanti was and all that, came and saw Swami. Swami gave him an interview and all that. So he was a man who did not know anything about Swami. He was saved by Swami, more or less in somewhat similar circumstances. So there it was through the sound. Here it was through the once a voice and another time the physical appearance.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. So, these things kept
all of them have had some amazing experiences.
Any other such stories that you can tell us? Because our listeners just love such stories, naturally.
Well, they used to meet in somebody's house, and they would meet for regular devotional singing sessions. They would meet for festivals.
This is the devotees.
The devotees. But during the war, everybody suspected each other. You would suspect that your neighbor, who has been your friend for many years, but the war changed it all. So the people were afraid that when they were having devotional singing, that they could be attacked, they would, get into trouble. And there was police, I believe, security all over. So the lady in whose house they used to have devotional singing was an old lady, and she was always quite worried whether they will have problems because the neighbors were already giving them a hard time. So she had in her mind prepared answers if the police were to come and question her. And sure enough, one day the policeman came and she was so nervous as well as so prepared with her answers that she didn't give him a chance to
even ask the question.
ask the question. She rattled off her answer. And then, so the policeman seemed quite amused by her explanations and her, I suppose she was a little confused too. And he had just come into the house and didn't ask any questions. Came into the house, looked around, and she was afraid because she had a life-size photograph of Swami. which could be seen from the entrance. And she didn't have time to hide it. And she said, finished, I'm gone now, I'm going, we're all in trouble. And then she turned around when the man came in, and Swami's picture was no longer there. And she was sure she had seen it when she went to open the door. So she didn't understand what had happened. So the man had looked around the house, didn't see anything strange, and
Walked out.
And just said, to be careful with whatever she does. And he had walked out, and he didn't see anything. And so she closed the door, ran back to the place that Swami's picture was supposed to be, and looked around, and because she couldn't imagine how it could have disappeared. And she noticed that the picture had slipped under the carpet. Just before the man came, the picture had slipped under the carpet, and she found the picture there, to her amazement.
And that never happened before.
That never happened before, no. And it's a life-size picture. It's not a small picture.
It's not very easy to go under the carpet and hide itself there.
No, it is not. So it's amazing how Swami helped her at that situation to not to get into trouble with the policeman.
Okay. Any more stories you have of that kind?
Another interesting story is I really must say that their devotion to Swami was a humbling experience for me. They'd been through this terrible war, but not their devotion, their faith had not wavered. Some of the members had been injured, even killed, but they were very strong in their faith. And one lady, Azra, told me that when she was carrying firewood for Shivaratri Bhajan, she was carrying a sack of firewood on her back.
That is for heating purposes. For heating
purposes. When she was actually struck by snipers. It hit the sack, but didn't hit her. And she continued going. She didn't stop. She continued going, but praying to Swami, saying, Swami, please let me get to the Sai center, because we need the firewood, otherwise we cannot sing right through the night.
And you mean to say they had bhajans throughout the night?
Throughout the night. Even during the war, even dodging, I would say, snipers to get there and to get firewood. And that night, I believe, when they were singing, they could feel warmth from Swami's picture. Not heat that heated the whole room, but when you kept your hand close to Swami's picture, there was enough warmth you could feel. Just to Swami's sign, I suppose, to show them that he was there with them at this difficult moment. And that moved them a lot, and I suppose gave them the strength to sing through that night.
Okay, now from Bosnia you moved to Israel, am I right?
That's right.
So, how is the Sai movement in Israel? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, when we went to Israel...
How many years ago was that?
That was in 2000, mid-2000.
Mid-2000.
So we had a reassignment to Israel, and we went there just before what we call the Intifada started, the Palestinian uprising. The time we went, it was very close to a peace accord that President Clinton was trying to organize, but unfortunately it fell through. There were a few Sai centers, small one in Haifa and a bigger one in Tel Aviv. And we were closer to Haifa. And so we made inquiries, and after a couple of weeks we managed to find them, finally. And we started going there regularly, once a week, to join them in devotional singing.
This people in Israel, how did they come to know Swami, know about Swami, and how did they start following Swami? Was there any special circumstance that made this happen?
There'd been a lady called Miriam who had come to Swami many years ago, about 20 years ago. She had heard about Swami, read about Swami, and she came to see Swami.
From Israel?
From Israel. And she was convinced Swami was God. And she went back and she spoke about Swami, and a lot of people had then started to read about Swami, and slowly the movement grew in Israel.
But there are a lot of Orthodox people there, aren't they? Did they object? Or
Well, you have to be careful to a certain extent, and the Orthodox people would not welcome any other beliefs. But at the same time, you can practice. There is room to practice other beliefs in Israel, and many Israelis now actually come to India as tourists. So I found wherever I went, whether I went to frame a picture of Swami's or if I had a picture in the car when I went to the gas station, they all knew about Swami. They had all heard about Swami in some way. And they have even shown recently a film on the super specialty hospital on the national television in Israel.
I see. That's very interesting. Of course, we see quite a few Israeli devotees here with the Star of David. Even 2 weeks ago I saw something.
Yeah.
Now, how would you compare the Sai movement in Israel with, say, that in Bosnia, if such a comparison is fair at all?
In Bosnia, the organization was more service-oriented because the need was for service.
Naturally. Talking of service, I believe that massive service was done by devotees from Germany at the time of the war. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it's still carrying on.
Still carrying on.
Yes, the German Sai devotees, and not only Sai devotees, even members of the community, the German public, were donating dry foodstuffs, clothes, medicine, books, various essential items, and they were sending them to Bosnia in trucks to the Sarajevo Sai group, who would then collect it and then distribute it amongst the refugees.
So the Sai Center was the nodal organization for the service. That's very good.
That's right. And it was done through, actually, the items were stored in a school where Azra, the coordinator, is a teacher. And they had huge storerooms in the school. It was stored there. The Sai devotees and some of the refugees who benefited from the project sorted them out and then distributed them.
So you are saying that in Bosnia it was service-oriented. Now, what is the orientation in Israel?
In Israel, people, I would say, have a good quality life.
Your standard of living is
Standard of living is high. And just before, I had been to Israel, and then I was evacuated when the Intifada started, within a few weeks. And when I came here, Swami asked me, "What are you doing?" And I was taken aback by that question, which suddenly was thrown at me while in the darshan line. And I didn't know what to say because we'd just gone to Israel and I was just settling down. But I didn't want to say I'm doing nothing. So I told Swami, Swami, we are now in Israel. Then he turned around and he said, education in human values.
So you got a hint.
So I got the hint that in Israel it was education in human values. And when I first went to Israel, there was a young couple who had been in Puttaparthi for about 6 weeks and were very enthusiastic about EHV, as we call it. But the rest of the group knew nothing about it, and the elders were not so keen because they didn't know what it was all about.
Naturally.
And so I went, I suppose Swami sent us at the right time, and I was trying to encourage them. But this was a direct answer from Swami. That's the way to go.
Direct directive, shall I say.
Direct directive, right. And at that time, I told my friends in Israel that I'll try to get someone to train us officially in EHV before we go out to schools. And about 2 days after Swami had given me this directive, I met the education convener from England, Carol Alderman. And I think
I've seen her speak on Ladies' Day and things like that, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And I was trying to get Carol actually to Macedonia, which is next to Kosovo, when we were there on a short assignment, to train the facilitators of the refugee camps. I gave a talk on EHV and they were very friendly. So I had been in touch with Carol, but somehow they didn't work out. She couldn't come to Macedonia, but she said this time she will definitely come to Israel. So a few months later, when I went back, Carol came and we had a wonderful workshop in Israel attended by Sai devotees and non-devotees. And now we have regular 3-monthly EHV workshop, training workshop for people interested.
It's caught on?
EHV. Yeah, it's caught on. I was teaching EHV in the United Nations school in Israel, and we do it in Haifa, and it's slowly starting to spread. The Teachers Training College has invited the Israeli education convener to do a course next year.
They're happy with it.
They're happy with it. They're extremely happy. I think it has a lot of possibilities in Israel. And it should take off well there.
Did you meet anybody with experiences, shall I say?
Well, one experience that I suppose I could recall, everybody has many experiences, but one I could recall is the coordinator for Israel, Yopi. She lives out in the bush, and once there was a suspicious fire in the bush, and houses are spread out. It's a very wonderful, a beautiful area. Houses are fairly spread out, and the fire was coming towards their house. So they were advised to close all the doors and windows and just leave the house. And that's what they did. She ran out of the house, and when they were leaving, she suddenly remembered that the robe Swami had given her a few years ago was still in the house. And even though it was risky for her to go back in, she said, no, I'm not going to let anything happen to Swami's robe. So she went back into the house to her bedroom to take the robe. And she realized that she had left a large window open in the bedroom. And the robe was just near that. So she went to take the robe, and she closed the window, and she came out, and the house was saved.
Because of closing the window.
Yeah, because of closing the windows. Otherwise, for the wind, they live in a valley and fairly close to the sea. Because of the wind, the fire would have blown into the house. And
everything would have caught fire.
Yes, everything would have caught fire.
What is it that the Israelis like about Swami?
It's Swami's teachings. Unity of religion, love all, serve all, which is one of the most famous quotes.
Of course. The famous
quotes. Human values. And they're all looking for peace. They all want peace. And I think they realize that this is the way to go. And Swami's teachings.
You have a lot of children attending these EHV classes?
It's growing slowly. When I did it in the UN school, I had children from all over the world.
How did they like it?
They loved it. And the best part of it was the silent sitting of the meditation. I was surprised because they were teenagers in their mid-teens. But they would always tell me the best part is the silent sitting.
I thought it was very difficult to remain silent. Swami keeps on saying, be silent, nobody wants to be.
Well, I was very surprised too. But they would in fact ask me. They would say, can we do silent sitting? And it was the popular request.
It's really amazing.
Yeah, and it was very encouraging because they were, not exposed to any of this. Some of the children didn't even know about God. They didn't know the word God.
In Israel?
No, these are children of
the UN, of course.
From different parts of the world.
So how did you tell them about God? That's interesting.
Well, I try not to talk about God. I try to focus on values.
Yes.
And there was
But when they asked you about God, what did you say?
Well, there were some children from Ireland, and they came from Catholic backgrounds.
Naturally.
And they themselves, they were able to describe to their friends.
And was that accepted?
Yes, it was.
How did they describe God, these children from Israel, Ireland to others?
How did they describe it? Well, they said God was a person that they prayed to. That, of course, they related God to church. You go to church, and they said that they pray every day with their parents. And some of the children couldn't even understand when these children were talking about prayers. They were
never heard of prayers.
They never heard of prayers. They said we've never been to church or any temple, and I was very surprised that there were children who didn't know about churches.
That's because they got cut off.
I know. It was an eye-opener for me because I've always been in, I suppose, spiritual company.
Were the children able to, at any point of time, grasp that values come from God? Or you didn't have time enough to go that far?
No, because these children are here for 6 months to 1 year, and I was really focusing on the values aspect, and I didn't want to bring too much of religion in, because I was doing it in a school. So I focused on the values, and I found that, and also other subjects which was connected with United Nations, like mine awareness. I gave them projects about the destruction caused by mines, where they could understand, because they would see their fathers who were working for the military being involved in such projects. So I tried to make it as practical as possible for them.
But values do have to be related to a higher moral plane, a force. God is just one name for that. So as Gandhi used to say, there is a strange and mysterious power that controls us. You call it by whatever name you want.
That's right.
It's that power that drives us from within. It is what we call spirit, we call soul. And that is what makes a difference between a vegetable and a stone and a human being.
Right.
And it is that power that brings out the compassion in a human being. It brings out the sensitivity latent in a human being. So somewhere or the other, along with the abstraction of values, the force and the source behind it has to be conveyed and communicated in some manner or the other. Did that in any way form a part of your teaching? Or that comes later? That
comes later, in time. I don't want to...
Naturally, not in the very early stages.
Yes, not in the early stages.
When they have been shielded from God, shall I say.
That's right. When, it has to be a gradual way where they could understand. First, they must have trust in me, enjoy the program.
How did the parents react to this program?
Oh, they were very happy with it. I would send lesson plans home, and the teachers were very happy with it. They were asking me for books, for lesson plans, and they would sit in at the classes, and they were delighted that I was doing this program, and they wanted me to leave behind whatever material I had, so that when I was no longer there, they could continue.
Did any of these people show any interest or curiosity about Swami?
They had asked me questions about Swami, because I told them it originated from Swami. But the teachers in the school hadn't heard about Swami,
naturally,
other than some of the other, unlike some other Israeli people. But I did tell them about Swami. Before I started the program, I gave them some material on the program and how it started and where it came from. So they knew the background.
So on the whole, how is the movement doing in Israel? Is it growing? Is the awareness about Swami spreading? Is EHV spreading?
Yes, just a few months ago we had the first national retreat, Sai retreat, which was attended by about, I would say, 70 to 90 people. It was held at a kibbutz called Neva Shalom, which I believe is the only kibbutz where there is joint activities done by Arab and Jewish Israelis, if I may use that term. And so there's always 50% Arab Israelis and 50% Jewish Israelis living and working in that kibbutz. And they have many programs for...
Did any Arab Israelis come to the Sai Center? Do they come to Sai Center or most
Well,
of
we
them?
had at the retreat, it was nice, we had one Arab Israeli. We had one member from the Druze community, if you are familiar with the Druze community. Then we had, of course, my husband and me, we came from the Buddhist background. We had Christians. And, of course, we had many, many Jewish Israeli members at the retreat. So it was a very nice gathering of people from different faiths.
So on the whole, you enjoyed yourself doing Sai work in Israel?
Definitely, yes.
So let's hope wherever you are going next.
Lebanon.
That's not very far from Israel. Yes. So I hope we'll continue to have this kind of experience.
Thank you.
Next time you come, when are you coming next? You don't know.
I don't know. But can I mention one thing about
Yes.
Lebanon, if I have time?
Sure.
I have started, we've just moved there. And, yes, if there's a will, there is a way. And Swami always finds a way. So I have started volunteering in a religious Islamic school. I'm teaching English.
What is the meaning of religious Islamic school? That's kind of
Sorry.
interesting. It's an Islamic school.
Well, yes, sorry. It's a strict Islamic school.
You started teaching English there.
Yeah, it's for, the school is a foundation for orphans, underprivileged kids. They also have a nursing school and a special education and various other projects as well as medical projects. So I have got involved on teaching English. I also teach English to the president of the foundation, and I do it all voluntarily because it's a voluntary organization and they're doing it's a good cause. So I told them why I do it. I took a book on Swami and I showed all the good work that Swami is doing with hospitals and water projects, and they were very impressed. And then I spoke about education and human values to them, and I said, can I start this project or course in your school? You sit with me, see how it is, and then if you find it beneficial, I will organize training for your teachers. And they're very happy with it. I haven't started the classes, but I've spoken about it, and they've asked me for books and material. And
you got to Lebanon only recently, right?
Yes, about 2 months ago. And they've even set a date for the training. If I'm still in Lebanon, we want to have a training session in June.
Good luck.
With all their teachers.
Okay, good luck to you, and see you again with more news from all the places where you have been and working. God bless you, Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sai Ram.
We now bring you a conversation with Mr. Ted Henry, a journalist from the United States of America, who is in conversation with Professor G. Venkatraman.
Sai Ram, and welcome to the studios of Radio Sai. I saw you go for an interview today. You must be feeling pretty high right now. How are you feeling?
Very, very high. Words cannot describe the way my wife Jody and I feel, having been so blessed, coming this far around the world to sit at the divine feet of Sathya Sai Baba. He played with us like toy puppies, and I felt like I was a cocker spaniel being yanked by the ears and batted back and forth into submission, and I was glad to be.
I hate to say it on the radio, but I feel jealous of you. Okay, now you are a professional interviewer. How do you like being interviewed today?
I don't like it at all. I have no control here. You ask all the questions and you cut me off whenever you want to.
Okay, let me make it easy for you. Why don't you begin by telling us a little bit about yourself, and in particular, how you came to Swami, when you came to Swami, whether it was a sort of a gradual coming or whether there was something very interesting or spectacular or wonderful that happened to you.
I was raised Catholic in a large family in Canton, Ohio, USA, and I felt I was spiritual all my life, but I thought that was nothing unusual. I thought everybody was equally spiritual, and it was a big surprise.
Except that some people don't know it. That's all.
Yes, right. And I found out that many people didn't know how spiritual they were.
Okay, let me ask you a question out of curiosity. You said you felt spiritual. What exactly do you mean by that?
I felt close to God. I felt like I had a role to play in God's view of all humankind. There are 6 billion people in the world today. When I was a youngster, there were probably 3 billion people. And I thought all 3 billion of us had a role to play, and I couldn't wait to find out what my role was.
Mm-hmm. And that was when you were a student, a small boy?
A small boy, and I was a good little Catholic boy. I still call myself a Catholic today. I love the overall view that the Catholic Church plays in bringing people closer to the image of Christ, to the image of God.
By the way, I must interrupt you to tell you that I had the pleasure of interviewing a Catholic priest from Nigeria. I was sitting exactly where you're sitting now.
Really?
Yes. He came 2 years ago, and he was getting an interview every other day, and I didn't know he was a Catholic priest because he was not wearing his robes. He was wearing just a kurta pajama.
He's still a Catholic priest?
Oh, he is very much.
And he's close to Baba? He likes Baba?
Second time he came, he didn't get an interview, and I asked him, how do you feel? He said, no, I don't feel any bad at all because Swami is now inside me. So he talks to me from inside. And he spoke wonderfully about love.
Yes.
He spoke. Sorry, but I just wanted to tell you, you're not the first Catholic to be here.
Well, my wife was brought to me by Sathya Sai Baba 5 years ago, and the Catholic priest who married us in Cleveland, Ohio, married us in a Baba ceremony.
That's very nice.
Yes. And Sai Baba came into my life after many years after I was a little boy. I was during the Vietnam War. I was in my early 20s serving in Paraguay in South America in what's called the Peace Corps. Mm-hmm. And I loved my 2 years in the Peace Corps. And during that time, I can't recall the details, I came across an article on Sai Baba. I was not
in
impressed.
America or in Paraguay?
In Paraguay.
My God.
It was some circular that was passing through the Peace Corps office and was sent out to me, and it was just a little feature article. I wasn't very impressed. I didn't know who to think this was. I was very much a strong Catholic then. So fast forward from 1968-69 to 1994, I'm going around the world. And one of my few missions going around the world was to stop in Calcutta and interview Mother Teresa. Mm-hmm. That trip was facilitated by a doctor from Cleveland, Ohio, whose cousin worked and lived in Calcutta. To make a long story short, I got to spend 3 days with Mother Teresa, serving her dying men in the hospice. And this family, who I lived with, who had relatives in my hometown, worked for Mother Teresa for many, many years. And at the very end of the 3 days, as I was getting on my airplane to continue my trip, they said, we're so happy you were able to see Mother Teresa and interview her and talk with her and work with her.
You were able to interview her?
Yes. Not on video, just a standing interview. And they said, now that you've had a chance to come around the world.
Did you record it? No, I did not. Off the record?
Just off the record. Mm-hmm. Now that you've had a chance to come around the world to meet one of the icons of your spiritual tradition, we want you to come back so that we can introduce you to our spiritual teacher. His name is Sai Baba. And I said, Sai who? And they gave me 3 books, and they gave me some pamphlets. That was 1994. And 5 years ago, I met my wife, Jody, who is head over heels in love with Sai Baba. And she thought she would never find a man who would be open to Sai Baba. And I said, I know who Sai Baba is. And the rest is history. By the way, Mother Teresa gave me one message I would be remiss in not passing on. I asked her what, in my arrogance as an American, Mother Teresa, what might we be able to do to be of assistance to you serving the poor of Calcutta? Mm-hmm. My dear Mr. Henry, thank you for the offer, but the material deprivation of the East pales by comparison to the spiritual deprivation of America. You don't have to do anything.
I think that's a very profound statement. We'll come back to that, but I can't help telling you a couple of Mother Teresa stories myself, if you don't mind. Once she went to a place called Jamshedpur. It's a steel city of India. It was founded by Jamshedji Tata more than 100 years ago. And it was looked after by a man called J.R.D. Tata, who's now no more, who's half French. And he was a very highly respected person in India. He was one of the early pioneers in aviation and all that sort of thing. So they took Mother Teresa to Jamshedpur by their own company plane. And in the evening, they were all flying to Calcutta. And it was evening time, Mother started praying. And J.R.D. said, oh, Mother, while you're praying, why don't you tell God to take care of all this misery that people are facing on earth? She turned back and said, Mr. Tata, you don't have to tell God his business. He knows his business. You better take care of the people by giving them employment. Tata says, he's a very sporting man. He said, that was one of the few times I was shut up.
Yes.
And there's another story. This involves Americans. Story goes that an American went to Calcutta and somebody said, you should go and see Mother Teresa. So he went there. He found she was not at home. She said she has gone out to save some dying man lying in the gutter or whatever. So he goes there and he's horrified because mother is pulling out a leper from a gutter in his dying moments. He said, gee, I wouldn't do that for $1 million. And mother looks at him and smiles. You know, I wouldn't do it for $1 million either. In fact, I wouldn't do it for $2 million. This fellow said, what do you mean? You're doing it right now. She said, but this is for God. So that was the punchline. So let's get back to your migration to Swami. You heard about him in Calcutta. And
yes.
When did you come here first?
There's a man who has written a book that has sold more copies than any other book in the world except for the Bible. His name is Dr. Houston Smith. He wrote the book on the comparative religions of humankind. For many years, he lived as he studied and practiced Islam, practiced Judaism, practiced Hinduism. He's a Christian. He's in his 80s. It was my job to introduce him one night in Cleveland to a symposium of religious leaders from all over the world, represented in Cleveland. There were 17 faiths. In the audience that night, 5.5 years ago, sat a group of followers of Sathya Sai Baba. Mm-hmm. And I could see...
This was a public meeting, isn't it?
Public meeting. Mm. In the back of the auditorium, 4/5 of the way back on the right side, I saw somebody I intuitively felt I was supposed to meet. Mm-hmm. She turned out to be the woman who became my wife. Mm. My first date with her was 4 days before she was to take off for Puttaparthi, India. Mm-hmm. She thought I would think she's strange because of what she was about to do. To her surprise, I was curious to learn more. Mm-hmm. She was told by Baba in an interview, her second trip, that marriage was coming by a man who she knew, and everything happened just as she's been guided through her inner Baba to understand what her life was supposed to be with me. And much to her pleasant surprise, I didn't walk away from her. I walked closer towards her because of her love with Baba. And as I find out more and more, women in this world who are from the West who love Baba seem to be, the majority of them seem to come just like that, in one fell swoop. They either love Baba or they have no interest in Baba. The men, on the other hand, many times, such as myself, are slowly reeled in. I've been talking to quite a few men.
This is not peculiar to America. If you have heard Swami, you'll say it is always the women who come to God first. And he says there is a deep reason for this in God's creation. Women are more emotional. They take to devotion more easily than men. Men are supposed to be more intellectual, so they argue, they analyze and say, oh, no, not for me. But there are women who drag their husbands by the ear, and most husbands end up here. And after a while, of course, they overtake the women, but the women don't want to acknowledge that.
Well, I had one other little professional idea going for me.
But this
Doctor.
is true. This is true.
I'm sure it is.
Many cases I've seen. My own case was the same. I was not interested, but there was a strong streak of spirituality and devotion which seemed to me irrational, but later on I realized that was a compelling force.
Well, you're a scientist. I'll bet you kept an open mind. I'm a journalist. I'm trained to keep an open mind, not to draw conclusions.
You're flattering me. You thought I had a mind. Well, actually it was on something else all the time.
So I decided, okay, I can keep an open mind. I will simply not draw a conclusion. I will form no judgments. I will just be open to this. And it was the best decision I've ever made.
Okay, when you came here, did you find some sort of a resonance with your early ambitions, aspirations to, and your desire for a spiritual quest?
I was shocked when I came here. I came here by myself the first time. I spent 1 week here. I didn't think I could spend 5 hours here without going stir crazy. And I was very surprised to realize that in the silence that's here, it's sort of like being in Times Square on New Year's Eve in New York City. If you want noise, there will be noise here. If you want distractions, there will be distractions here. If you want solitude, there's solitude. I didn't know a soul here, and I thought I would go stark raving mad in hours. The week went by faster than I could ever imagine. And I cannot tell you what it is. If I had to specify several ingredients, I would say I'm not a person who feels energy, but I felt energized. I'm not a person who feels spiritual, physical transformation going on inside of me, but I felt that every day I was here. And every time I would turn around, I'd meet somebody from Russia, from Venezuela, from South America, from Europe, and they would have another story to tell that was greater than the story from the last person. And slowly I just realized that I'm on a high that I've never been on before in my life, and it's a spiritual high, and it's free. And it requires nothing of me but an open heart and an open mind.
See, it's very interesting you say that, because different people from different vocations experience this, what you call high. Dr. Ronald White of Harvard University, he described how he felt. His background is different. He was a doctor, he was a psychiatrist, and an ordained minister, all three in one. And then there was this doctor whom I hope I'll meet one day from UK, a white man, a very famous ophthalmologist who is very well known in UK. He makes a lot of money, and somehow he came here because it was Swami's way of dragging him here. And then Swami said, all right, you go and operate in the hospital. And he went there and he did surgery. And these were all poor people, absolutely poor people who didn't even have cash to come here. And he said, I never felt so blissful in all my life. I've operated on princes and kings of the Middle East and, members of the peerage in the UK, presidents of various countries all over the world. But I never felt like this. So I think you are given the gift and the blessing of experiencing bliss in accordance with your background in the preparations you have had. I saw two people from the Greek or Russian Orthodox Church, not Greek, an archbishop and his assistant. Apparently they went from Russia at the time when the Tsar was removed, and they set up a small monastery in the south of France. They still are there. He came here for 4 weeks and he just didn't want to go. So he had a different kind of experience. He didn't know English. He didn't know any other language. He knew only French. Of course, he had this young man to translate for him. And I used to see him every day in darshan, morning and evening. He used to sit in bhajans. It was obvious that he was on a high. So we all get our highs.
Doctor, 1.5 hours ago, after the bhajans this afternoon, I met a man I've been seeing for 4 visits now. His name is David. He's a retired businessman from the state of Florida in the USA. And he's been here since November 1st. He's leaving tomorrow morning. And I said, okay, David, I can't imagine being here for that long a period of time. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm sure you got depressed. I'm sure you had conflicts with your wife. I'm sure you enjoyed Baba's darshan. I'm sure you met some wonderful people. And I'm sure you wondered why you were here for such a long period of time. How would you rank the last couple of months on a scale of 1 to 10? He says, for every day, it was an 11.
But I tell you, it requires evolution. Obviously, the people who are feeling that way are people who have been prepared by destiny for a long time.
That's very obvious to me because there are, relatively speaking, so few people from around the world here. We in the West see this as many people here. You have 70,000 people some days, 50,000 people, many more than that on other days. That's a lot of people. But again, I point out there are 6 billion of us. And in America today, as a journalist, I can tell you with some authority that one tiny fraction of 1/10 of 1% of Americans have ever heard the name Sri Sathya Sai Baba. And I don't know why, with this, all that we've been talking about, why more people don't know.
No, I think that that's a divine plan. You see, if you look at the so-called life story of Baba, he has orchestrated his manifestation in the world at his own pace. He took his own time. It is not that he stopped being the divine or anything like that, not that his powers were less. He had his own way of changing gears. And in fact, in this context, I must tell you what Mr. Narsimurthy, who will be here tomorrow, incidentally, the warden of Vrindavan campus, he once told me, listen, if Swami wants, he can make the whole world come here. But then he knows we would be in problem. Where would we feed them? Where would we feed them?
How would you feed them?
So, in his own way, he makes his presence felt. In fact, I heard a very interesting and amazing thing from a man from Africa. He said if you go to West Africa, where there are many French-speaking countries, African countries which speak French because they were once under the French, there are a very large number of Sai devotees. Very few of them have come here. They are too poor to come here, and the language is French. They don't understand the word of English. But he has touched their heart. And Gutta told me something absolutely fantastic. How Sai Baba's name is spread all over Cuba, and Fidel Castro's brother became a devotee. We broadcast it. You must hear that. I'll give you a copy of that.
That's Raul Castro,
and
the man.
nobody, not a single Sai devotee went there. It happened through a letter. So the long and short of it is, he makes his influence spread in his own way. You know what happened in Kazakhstan?
Yes.
Dr. Jum Sai went there to give a talk. And then somebody heard the talk, and they reported it to the First Lady. And then the First Lady arranged for Jum Sai to meet her. And the man who took that First Lady, Jum Sai to First Lady, happens to be one of our students who was working there for a company. In fact, he came here recently. And when the First Lady heard, she started EHP programs all over Kazakhstan. And I've seen so many devotees come. And recently, one delegation came in order to study our educational system. So he makes things happen. And I think it's a question of just timing. One of these days, America is going to click.
You might not have to know the name of Sai Baba to know the feeling of Sai Baba in your heart. I asked him today, coincidentally, Swami, I am a journalist. May I take your name to America? So few people know who you are there. And he said, no, do not take my name there. Take my love there.
Yes, that name will spread automatically when the time comes. I've heard him say that, talk about my work.
Talk about his work.
Yes. And the name will become known at the right time. And that is, I think, appropriate for America. Whereas in many other countries, it is different. Gutta told me a fantastic experience he had. He went to Brazil, that was many years ago, and he talked about Swami there. And there was this man from a certain society, which was a very spiritualistic society. And he didn't believe anything about Swami, so he decided to come here and prove that all this is not correct. He came back absolutely stunned. He said, he was a person with some psychic abilities. He said, you wouldn't believe, there was an aura radiating from him which was sucking out the negativity of all the people sitting there with open hearts, and there were angels hovering in the air. I mean, this is a man, Catholic, Brazil, solid Catholic.
Yeah.
And he comes and talks like this. You would think he has gone crazy, but he wasn't. So in his own way, Swami makes these things happen. By the way, you were talking about Catholic, and I should mention this to you. Many years ago, I was talking to Dr. Hislop. And he said, you know, the Sai movement is spreading like wildfire in Latin America. I said, why? Why not in America? He said, you see, Latin America is mostly Catholic, almost 100% Catholics. And Catholics accept mysticism and saints more easily than Protestants.
Absolutely.
That's probably the reason.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? You were raised a Catholic?
Well, sure. In fact, I was talking to a woman today. I even interviewed her on my video camera. She's from the UK, and she was raised Catholic, and she was had intended to become a nun. And I said, well, how does that reconcile that background with today, your devotion to Sathya Sai Baba and your connections to Sai Baba? And she said, the Catholics of all organized Christian faiths have the greatest percentage of emphasis placed on the mystical element of life. There's a never-ending ascension to understanding how you can draw closer to God. Whereas in her view, and in my view, many other Christian faiths seem to limit it, don't encourage you to continue to aspire to break through barriers to find God. And as I understand Baba, he continues to emphasize that we are to do our inner work ceaselessly to draw closer to Baba.
See, Catholic or not Catholic, they have to accept that Christ stood for preach love and practice love. That's what Christ is all about. You agree with me there?
Completely.
Okay. So, where love is, God is. As simple as that. So, if you really seriously believe in love, and that is an experience of the heart, not of the mind, and mysticism, incidentally, I believe belongs to the heart and not to the mind, then automatically you have to accept Baba because he is the embodiment of love. And the wonderful thing is, he reminds us that we also are embodiments of love. He doesn't say, you damn sinner or anything like that. That's one of the wonderful things, He doesn't talk like that. He said, you are not only an embodiment of love, you must realize that you are an embodiment of love. You better act like one too.
May I make a comment on that?
Sure.
It's I'm finding somewhat controversial. I thought I stumbled across something that was novel. Not at all. And I thought I stumbled across something that was sound in its principle, and others disagree with me. When Baba talks about love, that we're all embodiments of love, my own personal view is our first and biggest mission is to learn to love ourselves. I, for one, you may disagree with me, don't believe I can love Baba until I learn to love myself first. And that, in my case, is undoing more than a half a century of conditioning that was mostly negative, and I'm still working at that. So as I learn to love myself more, not in a ego-full way, but in an ego-less way, and fault myself less, blame myself less, carry less guilt, only then can I love Baba more.
Yes, you see, this is the introspective way of reaching to Baba and loving Baba. The point about the self is that we must very clearly understand there are two selves in us. One is the lower self and the other the higher self. The higher self is the divine aspect of man. The lower self is the ego aspect of man. The ego is a very cunning fellow. It'll masquerade as the higher self and pretend to be conscious and stuff like that. But you must see through that game. I always tell the Western people, listen, Shakespeare said, above all, to thine own self be true. What was that self? He knew what that self was. That was my higher self. The higher self is the same in all beings. The moment I recognize that I have a higher self in me, I must recognize that it also exists in you. God is not partial. He exists in you, and God says, I exist in every being on earth, be it an ant or an elephant. And I exist in every inanimate being on earth, be it an atom or a galaxy. The moment you feel that way, you feel in total harmony with your inner self in all that you see outside, be it the ant or the galaxy or the nebula, whatever it is. Then you reach a wonderful state of high. And then when somebody is in distress, you don't look at the person as someone else. There's no condescension. You say, hey, I must help. Just as you try to help your foot if it gets injured. No, you don't ask for someone else to say, help it, or you don't say, oh, that's only my foot, I have nothing to do with it. You go and automatically go to itself. I think you're right. In fact, that's why Baba says, he who does not have faith in himself will not have faith in God. You're quite right. Provided that self refers to the higher self, not the lower self.
Right. But to understand the higher self, you must break through the barrier of that lower self first.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's an evolutionary process. In fact, Swami says the human birth has been given to break that sound barrier kind of thing. You have to break ego barrier.
Well put.
You have to go above Mach 1, shall I say. Okay, now let's get to America. You have to get back there soon after a few days.
Yes, I do.
America is one of those very strange and paradoxical phenomena, shall I say. But I suppose there is a historical and a divine reason for that. It is the world's biggest economy. It is a storehouse of, worldly knowledge, scientific knowledge. It is the repository of the greatest military might one can think of. And in many ways, it has been innovative, be it in science and technology or in empowering the people. I mean, democracy came alive in America, though people in France shouted on the streets and people in England made pacts with the king and sometimes even chopped their heads off. But it's in America you saw all these things happen. There is something very unique about America. I don't want to go into all that. You know it, and so do all of us, including our listeners. We get a certain perception of America based on the media, starting with Hollywood films in the old days. Now, of course, you have television, internet, and what have you.
Don't believe everything you see.
I know that. I've lived there. I have seen, and I continue to hear even today on the radio, the voice of simple people who speak things that absolutely stun me. Let me just give you one or two examples. I heard a fellow who's supposed to be very fat, and he's going around telling people how not to be fat, and he has identified 5 fattest cities in America. And he appeared on one of these talk shows, and he said, I realized one day that the body is the first gift given by God to me. And he described the body as the temple of God. I was just stunned. I mean, this is the sort of thing we hear every day. And here's the fellow who has never heard about Baba, but who uttered the right words. Mm-hmm. And there are a number of such examples. In short, what I'm trying to say is it looks like there are all these people, millions of them, who have God in their heart, to whom God speaks through the voice of conscience and in the language of love. They may not know the name of Sai Baba. How do we reach out to these people? They seem to feel insecure at times, lonely at times, frightened at times, rudderless at times. They are looking for something, and that something is here. How do we tell them that something is here in their own way?
This is a difficult question. My answer would be, I believe we're in the midst of a spiritual revolution in America, but it's not an easy revolution. No revolution is. The masses who are feeling that their lifelong devotions, as they were taught them, are too limiting, aren't sure where to turn next. When I was in a study circle 15 years ago, we met in a library room of a Episcopalian church, and in that
this was a Catholic study circle.
This was we did meditation. We read the Course in Miracles, spiritual study circle.
Not a Sai study circle.
No, but Sai Baba came into it eventually.
Okay.
We were searching, we were seeking, and we learned a whole lot just because we were willing seekers. One day, a man, 15 years older than myself, stood up and said to me, "Ted, you act surprised that I started to come here, and I come now every Saturday." We did this for 10 years, for 3 hours every Saturday morning, seeking God in non-conventional ways. And I said, "Yes, Jerry, I am, because I thought you were very conservative, you were entrenched in the Episcopal Church, and that you would never stay more than a month here." He said, "Ted, over there is the main sanctuary of this beautiful church in Shaker Heights, Ohio. And at 11 o'clock on Sunday mornings, when they celebrate the Episcopal Mass here, the main service," he says, "do you know what that really is? That's the kindergarten of spirituality. And yet for the majority of people who come, that's the end-all, be-all of their spiritual practice. An hour a week, Sunday morning, a 15-minute lesson in liturgy." I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying that's all there is for so many people in America is their Sunday morning devotions if they go to those devotions. There are people now, just as you suggested from hearing this man talk about why people are fat on the radio, who have learned because of one way or another that there's more to life. In America, when you are 13 and you're bar mitzvahed as a Jew, bat mitzvahed, confirmed as a Christian or a Catholic, it's a diploma that's given to you that suggests you needn't study God anymore. Show up on Sunday mornings, the Sabbaths, Saturday mornings, listen to the rabbi and the priest. That's all your obligation consists of. You don't have to go to school anymore. That's wrong. It needs to be a lifelong endeavor every day, and as Baba suggests, every hour of every day.
Whatever happened to the story of the Good Samaritan?
Well, it got diluted. It got diluted along the way. In America, the supercharged economy...
It's kind of funny because, odd, I wouldn't say funny, strange, odd, and also pathetic and painful, because I find that the American people, the bottom of the heart, are very generous, kind, far more than you find people in many other parts of the world, despite all the reservations I have about the American system, economic and otherwise. Mm-hmm. I've seen this personally. If there is a tragedy somewhere, they rush to help people. I've seen this happen many, many times. Many years ago, I was in in Ann Arbor, the University of Michigan. And just at that time, there was a huge earthquake, a disastrous earthquake in Mexico. And the way the Americans rushed there with all their construction equipment.
I covered that earthquake.
You covered the
Mexico
incident.
City,
That's very nice.
6.7 on the Richter scale.
Okay. I was just amazed. And in 1968, when I was there was a big Peace Corps. 1,000 people came to Bihar to work.
I was in the Peace Corps in 1968.
In Bihar?
No, I was in South America.
No, you were in Peru, yes.
Paraguay.
But there was a big Peace Corps contingent in Bihar. So there is something really very wonderful about them. They like to do service and all that. And yet, they seem to stop with service at the level of just helping. But if they go one step more, they would realize that it is something that has brought them close to God.
But you're talking Greek You come from the world of spiritual enchantment, mystical aspirations that are realized by human beings in the here and now, totally unknown to me as a child.
I'm going to take objection to that. It's nice slugging it out with you over the radio. I remind you of your forefathers, the Puritans. I remind you of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I remind you of Abraham Lincoln, whom Swami quotes again and again. I think this is a recent disease. I don't believe America was like that at all.
No, but you asked me about it today, and those lessons, those lessons are relegated to the history books of America. Unfortunately,
isn't that a pity?
It is a pity.
When will America discover its roots? Because the day America discovers its roots, I think they will all realize who Swami is, who Sai Baba is.
I wish I were more optimistic.
Do you think it will happen?
I'm fearful. Baba tells me not to be fearful. I'm fearful. Fear is the larger part of my being still. I tell it to anybody who will listen to me. My effort is to overcome fear with love. It's the hardest job I've ever had, and I'm working at it full time. And most of my associates, who are loving, good people, have no interest in pursuing what I'm pursuing.
No, that's true. But, why don't I suggest something to you? I'm not a doctor. But I think you must learn something from our tradition. In our tradition, we surrender to God. And we say, listen, I surrender to you. You make it happen. Your way. And you know what happens? He makes it happen. His way, not necessarily our way. I speak from experience. I used to plan and then things wouldn't go right. Then I said, maybe I have some axe to grind. That's why things are not going right. Then I changed my strategy. I started doing what I believed was service. Things bombed again. So I said, Swami, what the hell is going on? I'm trying to do service. I'm not getting any mileage out of this. It took me many, many years to realize what was going wrong. I started so many things which should have benefited so many people. Nothing happened. They all bombed. Then I realized I was feeling I was the doer. Mm-hmm. That day I threw up my hands and said, okay, boss, I understand the score now. I'm going to do it. If it happens, you wanted it. If it didn't happen, then it means you want something else to happen. Either way, accept it. And believe it or not, after that, things started happening in its own way. And I got good satisfaction and fulfillment. So my suggestion is that we should not, quit on the basis of what we believe is fear. If we surrender, why should there be fear? Why fear when I'm here? That's what he says. Mm-hmm. So my feeling is, since you are occupying a very, very pivotal position in the media, you have to think twice about it, and maybe he will show you a way. Talking about media, I wonder whether the media is as objective as it says. Because I find that lately there is almost an eclipse of what may be called good news. Good news has ceased to be news. Is this good?
From my perspective, I can tell you with great experience that the media is completely objective in America to the extent that I've been in part connected to it. However, we have a rat-pat mentality. So when something happens that captures the fancy of the American people, even though we're objective about the stories we cover, we gravitate to what seems to be the hot, flashy theme of the month of the week. It creates the illusion that we're not objective because we're choosing this story over something else. The treatment of the stories, I mean to say, is always objective. But what do we exclude? We exclude so much that should be covered today. We exclude stories that have great meaning in the world, stories of spiritual growth, stories of human development, stories of love. The media has never allowed a whole lot of time for that because, unfortunately...
there is a more fundamental question. Swami raises two issues, rights versus responsibilities. These are two words. Now, people always talk about the right. What about responsibility? People say media just reports. I don't think it is just as simple as that. There is a non-linear effect which we know in physics, self-induced transparency and things like that, which you get in non-linear optics. by the very nature of reporting, media can influence and change the course of events. It has the ability to do that.
You need to...
So the long and short of it is, when you do something, one has to ask oneself, or you have to ask yourself, is it really necessary to do these things in terms of the consequences? What are my responsibilities versus rights? And there are certain situations where the responsibility must override the so-called rights in the larger interests of the public. And I say this because of the excessive obsession with violence, portrayal of violence, for example. What do you say to that?
It's very disturbing. America is unlike any other country on earth. I just saw this wonderfully controversial movie called Bowling for Columbine that suggests that every year in Japan there are 86 homicides, and in Great Britain there's 112. And in countries like India there's dozens. In America there's 11,850 homicides last year by handguns. People, children and adults using guns to vent their anger. Nobody seems to have a satisfactory explanation for it. I could say the media is responsible because of the violence we have on it. Canada has proportionately just as much violence, and their homicide rate proportionately is far, far lower. Other countries, Western countries, European countries, far lower. Doctor, I don't know the explanation for that.
What about trying values in schools for a change? So it gives you a sort of...
Well, I was taught values in school. You were taught values in school. Our cultures are different. Our languages perhaps were different.
But are values being taught today? That's the question. I asked this question very specifically because during the recent Enron collapse and all that, I heard a business school teacher saying, whatever happened to the values we used to teach in business school in the olden days? So are we headed for a moral crisis in morality?
I think we're there. It's why I'm so pessimistic and I would like to be optimistic. I think we're already there, and I don't think you'll find anybody.
If you're there, then you're going to go up. I
look around and see what's going on in my city, in my state, and in my part of the country, and there's no trust there. So what happened to the trust in people? There's no allegiance there. The participation in church services is very low.
Do you think that the darkest hour is before the dawn?
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, and I believe Baba and Jesus and Moses and all will prevail.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure what it's going to take us to get there. We may be at that dark moment now, but we may have another decade to go.
I think we just have to say, this is the golden opportunity given by God to me to participate in lighting a candle.
May I have one final comment?
Yes.
When my wife Jody introduced me to the concept of Baba, I thought of it using my mind only. I was incapable of using anything other than my mind. And I was intrigued. I was interested. She didn't have to bring me to India. She didn't have to encourage me to travel to India to see Sai Baba on my own, to learn firsthand that there's a new way of feeling in America. All she needed to do was to introduce me to the Baba community in my hometown. 400 people. There are some Westerners. The majority are Indian Americans. Some are from other nationalities, all Baba devotees. It's the difference between night and day, and I never experienced that before, and it's there. And so I have great hope that as that flame spreads, so too will the moral decay be eradicated in the world, starting perhaps in my hometown. I'm seeing it work now in my life. We don't care to look back to the lives we left. Our friends are different. Our habits are different. How we choose to use our time is different, all because of this concept of love that I never saw before in America.
It just got eclipsed. I think the eclipse has to go. That's all there is to it. Because people don't realize one thing about love. As Swami says, without love, the world will not survive. I thought a lot about it. It looked like a sort of a cliche to start with. Then I realized what it meant. You see, if you take a newborn child, we've all been that at one point of time, but we have forgotten. That child is absolutely helpless unless the mother takes care of the baby. And Baba says, I have put a bit of my love in the mother, and that's what makes her take care of the baby. If I hadn't put that, that baby would be dead. I have put it not only in a human mother, I have put it in a tigress, I have put it in a lioness, I have put it in an elephant, female elephant, even a cat. There is no species that does not have mother's love. life survives because of mother's love. That was a great revelation to me. Another thing he said in one discourse, and I've heard this said by doctors also, he said, a baby drinks mother's milk. Incidentally, a doctor told me that mother's milk is the greatest
elixir?
Not elixir, protection against infection. Apparently, all the vaccines on earth don't do anything. But for the 6 months, the child drinks mother's milk. Even in villages, there is so much scope for infection. The child is well protected. But after that, it is in trouble.
Yeah.
So Swami says, there is no milk in the mother. It is her blood that becomes milk on account of love of God. We just don't remember that. We don't realize that. There is love all the time. And Swami also says, love gets distorted, transformed, modified, polluted and perverted and manifests in various other forms as attachment, as attraction for worldly things and so on and so forth. He says, you're wanting, even desire is a corrupted form of love, he says. So you just uncorrupted, you get back to the source. So it's not as if there is no love in the world. That is point number one. And the other point is, as Aurobindo said, when you evolve in the mind, if it becomes excessive, it's a terrible thing. But that's part of the process of evolution. Society will naturally discover a corrective step and get back, and then go to the level of the heart. It says from the body of the level of the body, you have to climb to the level of the mind. That's what happens in a very highly technologically advanced society. You see intellectual might in America. So I don't think it is all that bad, because it has to recover, go back one step and then find that it has taken a wrong turn. It has to take the right turn instead of the left turn, and that day will come.
It's happening. 10 years ago, before I met Baba, as well as I know him today, my parents, when they were alive, were watching a discussion on a television program that taught them a valuable lesson, and they decided to call me. I get off work at 11 o'clock at night, 11:30, after the news is on. I was home at midnight. The phone rang. My parents were in their 80s. They wanted to tell me something important. I thought they were sick or something happened, an accident. And they said, no, we just called to tell you that we watched this discussion today, and on the discussion it said many Americans such as ourselves were raised in a time when the word love was never once spoken. And we know we never once said that to any of our 6 children. Never once. And we wanted to let you know, in case you had any doubts, that we love you. So if that's capable of happening in middle America in the 1990s, there's great hope for the American culture and the world culture as people learn to come back to the concept and the word and the actions of love.
In fact, talking of that, just yesterday in the radio, I heard some discussion in the BBC about the word evil. What does evil mean? What does Oxford Dictionary say? And this and that and so on and so forth. And then there was somebody who talked about the antithesis of evil, which is good, and how goodness is represented and so on. And somewhere along the line, he mentioned the word forgiveness. And he said one of the great things about America is that the black people of America have forgiven the white people of America for all the terrible things that happened during the period of slavery. He says that shows the strength of that country. I mean, we don't associate it with spirituality, with, going to a higher plane and all that. But unknown to us, that has happened. There is no resident hatred of 20 million people. I mean, here and there are ups and downs. Yes. Those are the minor aberrations. But he says it has happened. And it looks like it is happening to some extent in South Africa. Nelson Mandela's reconciliation is one of those remarkable things.
Yes.
I hope it was all the seed planted by Gandhi 100 years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. So I think all said and done, there is some kind of signal that is appearing all over the world. For example, the reconciliation that is appearing to take place in Sri Lanka. We look at all these things as disconnected, but maybe there is a divine underlying current that connects all these things.
I think I know you better than that. You have no doubts about it at this point, and neither do I. It's happening.
It's happening. So when you come next time, you have to tell us all the exciting things that are happening back home in Cleveland and in the neighboring state. By the way, I was in the neighboring state of Michigan, which is slightly to your north. We used to look at Cleveland as something way down below.
You probably remember then the football rivalries between Ann Arbor, Michigan, University of Michigan, and Ohio State. And Ohio State just defeated the University of Michigan last month. So I'm very happy to gloat over that good news.
Okay. We'll take care of you next time.
Thank you very much for having me on the
I hope you enjoyed it.
Sairam.
Sairam.